Wrigley Field has been a jewel on Chicago's north side for over a century. The NL's oldest ballpark last hosted a World Series in 1945. But the Cubs are thinking big this year with the best record in baseball. Giants are thinking postseason as well, and they know how to get it done with 3 World Championships in 6 years. Giants-Cubs meet at Wrigley, final game of the series, and it's next.
It's Hyundai Sunday on CSN Bay Area as Giants baseball is brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. Today, Giants-Cubs one more time, final game of this 4-game series from Wrigley. Hi again, everybody. I'm Dwayne Kuiper. Alongside me is John Miller. Mike, by the way, will rejoin us tomorrow in Denver, so it'll be good to see him. Well, John, the Giants won a game their style yesterday. They kept the Cubs from hitting the ball out of the park, and they won with little ball.
And they have kept them from hitting the ball out of the ballpark for most of this series. So that's been very good to see. And Johnny Cueto will try and do the same today. So that follows that theme for the Giants, pitching, defense, and yesterday some very opportunistic base running from Brandon Crawford. So Crawford, by the way, he's not in there today. A planned day off, trying to keep him strong for the stretch run. And also Angel Pagan missing from the lineup today. Jared Parker will be in left. Adrianza will be at short.
And the Giants have a guy pitching today, Johnny Cueto, very familiar with pitching in the NL Central and in this ballpark.
Indeed. Cueto spent his whole career until last year in the National League Central Division. So he's very familiar with all of these Cubs hitters, and he knows what it takes. So we'll see. Cueto looked fabulous in his last time out until he didn't in the 5th inning. And that was a puzzle to Cueto and to everybody else. So we'll see if Johnny Cueto is back to being himself in this game.
All right, a win today, and the Giants even up this 4-game series. All right, stay tuned. We'll take you to our CSN Bay Area studios for a couple of updates. That's right, more than one, and we'll do that right after this.
on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants. And by Toyota. Toyota's Labor Day clearance event is here. For Labor Day only, get $2,500 total cash back on the redesigned 2016 Prius. Toyota, let's go places.
Back here at Wrigley Field is Harry Carey letting everybody know it's time to play ball. Our game time weather is presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. It's beautiful. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is now open every day. 79 degrees here at the park. See the winds at 12 miles per hour coming out of the southeast. Humidity at 47%. And it is mostly cloudy. Brandon Crawford is not in the lineup today. Let's take a look at our fourth right choice. Made a lot of right choices. Here he steals second. Nobody covering. Here he takes third as Arrieta not paying attention. And then on the very next pitch he scores on a wild pitch. He did that in the 6th inning. And the best way to put it is we did yesterday. While he was on first, the two hitters that hit that inning that made the last two outs struck out, and he scored a run. See Joe Panik on Brandon Crawford. He's a modern day Ricky Henderson. Well, I don't know, maybe. Maybe that's what you say to get the guy to buy you dinner, and maybe he did. Career stolen bases, yeah, a few behind. Games with 2 steals or more, a few behind.
Just do it another 279 time and he'll catch the all-time base stealing king.
I do know yesterday though he was Ricky Henderson like, that's for sure.
It's a day to remember.
Yep, it's likely that you're going to see Brandon Crawford in the game at some point today, as we've known Bruce Bochy, just because one of your starters are not in the lineup in close games like this one appears that it's going to be, you're going to see Crawford. We thought that maybe Buster Posey was going to get the day off today, and that did not happen. So the Giants come in to this game. They're 1-2 in this series. Now let's take a look at the lineup that the Giants will send out against John Lackey. It'll be Span in the leadoff spot, and then Joe Panik. Welcome back to a comfortable spot for Joe. He's hitting second, and he's really hit the ball well as of late. It'll be Posey hitting third, then Pence, and then Belt. And Jarrett Parker's going to get a start, so his start is in place of Angel Pagan. He too will not be in the starting lineup. Nunez is going to hit in the 7th slot. Adrianza is going to be at short. And pitching and batting 9th is Johnny Cueto. John Lackey, he takes the mound as he's going to dig that hole in front of the slab. He just come off the disabled list. He's 9-7 with 3.41 ERA. It's been a while since he faced the Giants. He's 1-1 lifetime. Remember, the Giants lost to him in the Game 7 of the World Series in 2002 when he was with the Angels. He's allowed 19 home runs. Giants are hoping to hit a few today. This will be his 25th start. And he goes at you. Playing behind Lackey will be in the outfield Coughlin, Fowler, and Hayward. That goes from left to right. From first to third, it'll be Rizzo, Zobrist, Russell, and Bryant. And Wilson Contreras, he will do the catching. The scores in the 3 games. Cubs won 5-4 on Thursday. Cubs won 2-1 on Friday, and the Giants won 3-2 in the game yesterday. So you think these teams are evenly matched? They are. They're definitely different styles as far as how they go about trying to beat you offensively. But the bottom line is they are very close when it comes to competing against each other. The Cubs do own the best record in baseball. Giants are just trying to catch the Dodgers. That's what they're trying to do. So here we go on this beautiful afternoon. It's time for baseball here at Wrigley Field, and here to tell you about it is John Miller.
All right, Kite, thanks. And here is Denard Span. Comes in hitting .271. This series has not helped his batting average. He has only 1 hit in the 3 games. And he watches it drop too low, and we are underway. Winds out of the southeast at 8 miles an hour, which means a crosswind blowing sort of from the right field foul pole right toward the left field foul pole. There you see the flags out above the scoreboard in center field. 1-1 pitch down the right field line, and it hits the sidewall, foul. The stands come out in both corners in this ballpark, almost right to the foul line, closer than in any other ballpark.
Yes, that's true. It's hard to hit a ball foul down that line where everything comes together. By the way, you were talking about Span. The 1 hit came in the first at bat.
He hit a double
on Thursday night.
They seem to have adjusted. Well, he chased that hard slider that ran down and in about ankle high, and he is thrown out by Zobrist, 1 away. The umpiring alignment, Phil Cuzzy, back of the plate. He's working on his shin guard there. Adam Hamari at first base, Tom Hallion, the crew chief, at second, Dan Bellino at third. So here is Joe Panik. Left-handed hitters have hit much better this year against Lackey than have right-handers, and that one is in there for a called strike. Right-handed hitters at only a 193 clip. Lefties not hitting that well either, only 249, but a lot better than the righties. Joe Panik caught by Zobrist. Two down.
Keep swinging it, Joe. He's had a good series. He may not have a lot of hits, but he's made solid contact, and he's had a number of Cubs take hits away from him. But keep swinging it.
Well, he just could not elude the glove of Ben Zobrist, and here is Buster Posey. And that fastball is in there. Strike 1 called. John Lackey's 37 years old as he faces Buster. Buster has not had a hit at all in the series. Not in his first at bat, not in any at bat. And that cuts off the outside. A slider missing. 1 ball and 1 strike. Buster's 0 for 10 with 2 walks so far in the first 3 games of the series. And that's off the inside. So 2-1. He threw him a slider breaking off the outside, and then a 2-seamer that ran off the inside. John Lackey, born in Abilene, Texas, still lives in Austin, Texas in the offseason. And the foul ball makes it 2-2. And of course, Giants fans of a certain age will always think of John Lackey as the guy who beat the Giants in Game 7 of the 2002 World Series when he was a rookie with the Angels. Giants saw him 3 times back in 2014 in the League Championship Series when he was with the Cardinals, and they did pretty well against him. That was a half swing. The ball glanced foul right toward Hunter Pence. Look out, Hunter.
I almost see Buster Posey trying to force himself to stay back.
2-2 the count. And that into the crowd in a hurry off to the right. And a very defensive looking swing there. 2-2. Big crowd once again at Wrigley. Tickets are hard to come by here in the north side of Chicago right now, with the Cubs being this good. And when you say one of the best teams they've ever had, ever is a long time here in Chicago.
That's right. By the way, they will get some available tickets tomorrow, but they'll have to drive to Milwaukee to do it.
They have a game at noon tomorrow over at Miller Park in Milwaukee. Cubs will bus it down there or up there right after this game. Second baseman Zobrist. And so it goes for Buster Posey in Chicago this weekend. 3 up, 3 down. Now Johnny Cueto to the mound. Nothing to nothing.
For the first, and now Johnny Cueto will face this lineup. It'll be Fowler, Bryant, and then Anthony Rizzo. And Rizzo this season, 38 doubles. And Cueto does, however, have ownage on Rizzo. Zobrist, Russell, and Jason Hayward. Wilson Contreras will hit 7th, Coghlan 8th, and then John Lackey will hit 9th. Cueto, this is his 28th start. You see his numbers are very good. He's 9-8 lifetime against this Chicago Cubs team, and here at Wrigley he's had 10 decisions. He's 5-5, but clearly no stranger to pitching in these surroundings, and we expect good things out of Johnny Cueto today.
That's a little bit too high to Dexter Fowler. Dexter Fowler been a great leadoff man for the Cubs this year. 387 on base average. Right up the first base line, a fair ball. Belt, one away.
Defensively, Parker, Span, and Pence in the outfield, left to right. Nunez, Adrianza, Panic, Bell, third to first. Posey doing the catching. Well, after that long at bat that Fowler had against Samardzija on Thursday night, that out right there, as Mike likes to say, is a gift.
A gift, and the Giants happily accept it. Thank you very much. And Fowler, who was held hitless yesterday in Bumgarner's start, and Bumgarner shut him down, and so did the Giants bullpen. He had one hit the day before that, so he had an outstanding first plate appearance in the series, and that's a base hit for Chris Bryant. And that was hit very solidly. albeit a low liner. First hit of the game. And now Rizzo will come up.
Well, the one thing you find out about Bryant is he's a tall hitter, but he really handles the inside pitch well. And that is very unusual. And if you could find guys that do that, get them.
Bryant hitting for power, tied for the league lead in home runs with 36, and hitting over 300. Rizzo, ball one. And you mentioned Cueto having done well against Rizzo. Rizzo has only 2 hits in 22 career at bats, although the 2 hits were impressive, a homer and a double. That's a strike call on the inside.
Mike likes to say, you talk to a hitter, if you hold a guy 1 for 10 and he hits a home run, the hitter thinks he's got ownage on you.
And with good reason. Took you. He went deep on you. You're in his book. 1-2 now.
Well, I said to Mike, well, what about you? 1 for 10 and 9 strikeouts. No, he still thinks he's got ownage on you.
So, which means he still feels really confident. He can always remember that 1 home run he slugged.
I'm going to run into one.
Rizzo has struck out about 1/3 of the times that he's been up against Cueto. And now that figure goes up. 8th time that he has struck out in 23 at bats versus Johnny Cueto.
Well, take a look at this. 84-mile-an-hour changeup.
Worked beautifully.
Yeah, you think, how are you going to strike out a big leaguer on a pitch that's straight at 84 miles an hour? Well, there you go.
Cueto steps off the slab and bluffs Bryant back to first as Zobrist stands in. Zobrist 0 for 6 lifetime against Cueto, so you hadn't seen as much of him. Zobrist has not spent much time in the Central Division until this year, having spent most of his career in the American League East with Tampa Bay. That's a called strike.
And they both own a World Series ring from last year.
Both Mets, so they're former teammates. Is that right?
Kansas City.
I mean Kansas City.
Yep.
Yeah, they beat the Mets.
Yep.
I'm a little hazy on how that World Series went. Well, I've exposed myself now. Giants weren't in it. Yeah, I paid attention, sort of.
It is a little bit more interesting for us if the Giants are in it.
It
Yeah.
truly is. Well, that ended up being a really good World Series, too, considering it was 4 games to 1. It didn't go 7 games, but Kansas City, with Cueto and Zobrist on that team, they came from behind and win after win.
Yep, they did.
Well, they backdoored him with that little slider or cutter, and I think he's wondering why he didn't get a call on that one. 2-2. Bruce Bochy looking on from the Giants dugout. And doing more than just looking on. He's calling some signals, signaling out to Buster Posey. Not what he wants Posey to call for here, but maybe if he wants Buster Posey to call for Cueto to make a pickoff throw to first, things like that.
By the way, John, I don't think the wind is going to keep as many balls from going very far like it has the last 3 games.
Yeah, not much wind right now. A ball down the left field line might get a push. There goes the runner. And a foul that will go out of play off the left field line. If you hit it right down the line, it might get pushed foul.
Yeah. Cueto, I think, is a little disgusted with Zobrist cleaning his glasses. This is like the 3rd time he's done it.
Belt placed behind Bryant, the runner at first. There goes Bryant. That ball is slugged deep right center. Pence got it. Wow. And Pence, he was mindful there of Denard Span's presence as he kind of gingerly reached out to his right at the very last.
Yeah, this could have been a miss, but the extendo by Pence. Nice play.
CSN Bay Area is brought to you by AAA. What does your insurance do when it's not doing insurance? It should do more. Go to AAA.com for more details.
Giants nothing, Cubs nothing. Inning number 2, Hunter Pence, right center field. Hayward on the run, gets there and drops the ball. Pence into second. A shocking moment for anybody who has followed the career of Jason Hayward, who has become the premier right fielder in Major League Baseball. And he got to that one and you thought, okay, tough luck for Pence, and he dropped it.
Well, all we hear around town is, yeah, Hayward's not doing great at the plate, but he does so many other things well that he makes up for it. He did not on that play.
Now the overshift is on. Pence at second and Brandon Belt at the plate. It's too low. Ball 1.
If Hayward gets a glove on it, and he got there in plenty of time, he's going to catch it. I have no idea how he missed that. He doesn't either.
Kind of a shock. Second error of the year. And we don't see the Cubs. This is only the second series of the year the Giants have seen the Cubs, but I'm guessing his other error was probably a throwing error.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, outfielders are just going to get 1 or 2 of those a year automatically.
You make a good throw, but it skips by the infielder or handcuffs him, whatever, and then the outfielder is the one who gets the error. If somebody advances a base on it, that's out of play. So Brandon Belt with the Giants getting a great break here. A runner at second with nobody out. Belt, even a ground ball right into the defense would get Pence over to third base here.
Get him in or get him over.
Third baseman Bryant stays over in the vicinity of third base. Nobody at shortstop. Off the outside. Belt's numbers, and they have been in the decline phase here since the All-Star break. His average down to 270. 385 on base. 2-2 the count. And that cutter misses, and looked like Lackey was not happy with Phil Cuzzy's call there.
Well, each guys are stubborn. Lackey's stubborn to his strike zone. Belt is stubborn to his. And those are missing just by maybe 3-4 inches. But who wouldn't want those if you're a starting pitcher?
And Belt gets his walk. 2 men on and nobody out.
Well, season ticket members, we'd like to remind you that the deadline to purchase your postseason ticket strips is this Thursday, the 8th. For more information and to submit your payment, visit sfgiants.com/season tickets.
So the rookie Jarrett Parker comes up in a big spot here. 2 men on, nobody out. Parker with a chance to do some damage. He has 5 home runs and 116 at bats. The curveball is fouled off to the left. It was one of those get it in type breaking balls, but he wailed at it.
Yeah, well, it was up, so Parker saw it good.
And I think Lackey is relieved that that's all he did was just foul it.
Absolutely.
Generally speaking, you anticipate the guy, if it's a curveball, that he's not going to swing. That's the last thing in the world he wants to swing at. But Parker went up there very aggressively. And to look at Parker's numbers for the year, if you're John Lackey, you might have said, well, he's patient. He got a 374 on base average. But he very aggressively went after that first curve. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pence at second, Belt at first. Goes after this one, hits it very softly. That'll get the runners over. So he won't get credit for a sacrifice, but he got it done. Pence to third, Belt to second. And the batter will be Eduardo Nunez. And this is a matchup that is probably the closest thing to a strong matchup for the Giants in their lineup today against Lackey.
And he's got 3 doubles in his career against Lackey, 4 for 13. So good spot for Nunez.
A ground ball to a middle infielder could get a run home. A fly ball hit decently enough could do it. And that's ball 1. Nunez 4 hits in 13 career at bats versus John Lackey. As Kipe said, 3 doubles. He's also walked 3 times against him.
Lackey may use the open base here.
He's got the young guy, Adrianza, a switch hitter, on deck. The Giants with a big opportunities. Runners at second and third, 1 out. Breaking for the plate is Pence. Breaking for third is Belt. Out at first is Nunez. 1-0 Giants. Good situational hitting by Eduardo Nunez to bring that runner home.
Well, look, if you're not going to get a hit, then do something to get that run in, whether it's a fly ball or a ground ball. And that's what Nunez does. I mean, how many times do we see a guy pop up or strike out and all of a sudden you got nothing? So here, job well done.
And now Nunez, or Adrianza following Nunez, and he went for a pitch high and tight and well out of the strike zone. Checks the bat to make sure it's in one solid piece still. A foul ball, 0-1. He looked a little anxious on that one. And this is an opportunity to knock in a run here with the pitcher up next, where he was going to be wanting to expand the strike zone.
Yeah, this is where, if you can, and you know, look, you don't want to look like a fool and swing at pitches in the dirt, but close pitches, do not take them. Take a rip at it.
And that went low. It had action almost like a splitter.
Yeah.
That's his changeup. But a lot of sinking action on it. And Adrianza did well to lay off. I'm sure it looked like a strike on the way up there. And that cutter down and in. He foul tipped it. So now he's behind in the count. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Well, if you're Adrianza and you struggle with that last pitch, you have to figure that you're going to see another one. It may not be on this one, but you're going to see another one.
Went upstairs with it, and Adrianza laid off. 2-2. Giants jumping ahead here with a run, and Adrianza, who's hit well in the few chances he's had to hit well as a pinch hitter for the Giants lately. Trying to get the clutch 2-out RBI. Johnny Cueto is on deck, hoping to bat here in the inning. And that is a strikeout. He foul tipped that one. The Giants get the one run, turning that Hayward error into a run. Russell coming up against Cueto.
On CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Casino Matrix, Silicon Valley's best bet for gaming, food, and fun 24/7.
1-0, the Giants on top here in Chicago. The view from along the shores of Lake Michigan near Lakeshore Drive. Beautiful city, especially this time of year. There's a strike call to Addison Russell, leading it off against Johnny Cueto. 1-0 Giants. Giants who have not yet had a hit against Lackey, but they have a run. Yesterday, Brandon Crawford, although he got aboard with a hit, turned a single into a run without benefit of anything else. That's hit well. Left center field. Way back there. It is off the top of the bricks there. Span knocked down the carom, and Russell has a double. That was just below the basket.
Well, a hanger, and Russell took full advantage of it. And this, I thought, when he left the bat, was going to go. And it almost did. Cueto left one up, and Russell is standing on second.
The ball is carrying much better today.
Oh, my goodness.
Than in any of the first 3 games. Here's Jason Hayward. He has a chance to make up for his error. That one came back to the plate, but called a ball. Came back, I guess, toward the plate. Jason Hayward, so far having his worst year as a hitter. .231 batting average, only a .304 on base percentage. That one came back, and this time he got the call. A little movement drifting back from the inside off the plate to catch the inside corner. And you see the wind. It's a cross breeze from the right field corner toward the left field corner. That will keep the runner at second. Adrianza throws out Hayward. So not even a good situational at bat for Hayward, much less an RBI. The runner is still out there at second base, a wasted out.
Yeah, a lot of times guys, John, look at themselves as RBI guys. I'm not going to worry about moving that guy over. I'm just going to concentrate on knocking that guy in. And this is the one thing about postseason that the Cubs are going to have to learn, and they probably figured it out last year in postseason. If you don't do the little things in postseason, then you're not going to win the close games.
You're facing top pitchers virtually every day. Everything matters, and things happen quickly. Game one is a critical game to win.
The sense of urgency is incredible.
Contreras, the rookie, .274 average. He got 9 home runs. High slugging percentage. Off the fists. And now Cueto's ahead of him, 0-2. And Joe Maddon, he's been there. Maddon, who was the manager who took the perennial doormat Tampa Bay Rays, helped make them a contender with their general manager, who's now running the Dodgers, Friedman, and he got them to the World Series back in 2008, only to lose to the Phillies in the World Series. But they beat the Boston Red Sox, who were the defending world champions in the league championship series that year. That's off the inside, almost hit him. 1-2 the count. And Joe Maddon, last year the Cubs, they played their arch rivals, the Cardinals, right away in the division series.
Yep.
And in that series they did whatever it takes. Well, they were giving up runs, no problem. They hit 6 home runs in the game. They did some rather astounding things. The Cardinals were a little beat up by the time they got to that series. That's all for Contreras. Cueto with his second strikeout.
Perfect location from Cueto to Contreras.
So 2 down. Here is Chris Coghlan. The pitcher is on deck, John Lackey.
If you have a young pitcher out there, you make the decision for him in this spot. If you have a veteran guy out there, you let him pitch around him if he wants to, go after him if he wants to.
Right to second, panic. And just like that, the inning is over. A leadoff double for Russell. And he never got past second base. 1-0 Giants on to the third.
CSN Bay Area is brought to you by your Bay Area Hyundai dealers. Great deals on amazing cars are going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today.
Giants will be home a week from Monday to take on the Padres, and a week from Thursday, the 15th, the Cardinals will be in. It'll be an Italian Heritage Night presented by Gelati Construction. And Friday the 16th, Star Trek Night. On Sunday, Yoga Day at the park. Get your tickets now at sfgiants.com/tickets. 1-0 Giants here. Third inning. Dwayne Kuiper with the play-by-play.
Thanks, John. And Cueto takes a strike. He's 6 for 57. First pitch was a strike. Next pitch was wide. On deck is Span. And then Panic. 1-0. Look out, Johnny.
He is pretty good with a runner at first and say nobody out or one out.
Yeah.
Leads the club among all the pitchers in sacrifice bunts.
He's fun to watch, even at the plate. You never know what he might do. 2-2. Cueto talking to Phil Cuzzy. Got him. So a second strikeout for Lackey, and that'll bring up Span. Span, who opened up the ball game with a ground ball to second. There's a few guys the Giants would like to see get hot right about now and carry it all the way through Halloween. Span is one of them. And a strike.
He hit that double, his first at bat of the series. Scored a run. Walked his next time up. 0 for 11. No walks since then.
Yep.
You're going to have a few guys with 0 for something when your whole team has only 10 hits 2 innings into your 4th game in the city.
Yep. I don't know. That looks pretty good, I got to tell you.
I always look at that and watch them and always think, why?
Yeah.
Why do I? But
Well,
I don't care why. I just
doesn't
get
matter.
it for me. Yeah.
Span stays alive. Joe Panic to follow. We're in the Giants half of the 3rd inning. Team will head out after the game to Denver. Holiday day game tomorrow. And the 0-2, and Span hits a little bloop third base side, and Bryant can't quite get to it. Well, you think of how Joe Madden likes to use his players. Chris Bryant on the perfect team. Play him everywhere. Play him anywhere. He does it with Zobrist. He does it with Bryant.
Bryant, it reminds me of when Albert Pujols was a young guy.
Yeah.
With Tony La Russa.
Foul at the plate. Ooh, that could Span.
Ouch. Got him on the foot or the ankle.
Span's going to go back, and I think he's doing this just to give himself some time. Yeah, he picked up the rosin bag and put it straight down, or the pine tar. Trying to get on for Joe Panic. In tight. Yeah, watch how Denard uses the pine tar. We're good.
It was a ruse.
He was trying to get the feeling back in his foot. And the 1-2. On the ground, Rizzo. Lackey. 2 outs. If you're going to hit a ball where the first baseman has to lunge for it, hit it to the left of him, away from his glove hand, and Span did not do that, and Rizzo got to it. Nice play.
Very athletic play on the ground, and a split second later on his feet to make the throw.
Here's Panic, a line drive to second. You mentioned Albert Pujols, Johnny. Last night he hit home runs 587, 588, and he moved past Frank Robinson,
which is pretty impressive. Frank, one of the all-time great players in the history of the game.
He now is in sole possession of 9th place on the all-time home run list. Panic dribbler foul. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. See where Bruce Bochy is. Wins by managers. Giants all time. Creeping up on Dusty Baker. One ball and 1 strike. And this pop-up is going to be out of play.
He's also very quietly moving up on John McGraw, but not as quickly as on Dusty Baker.
That's true.
John McGraw was the manager of the Giants for about 30 years. Hall of Fame manager.
Down the left field line and out of play.
You're talking about Albert Pujols, and certainly he's not the hitter that he once was. I mean, he used to hit 340, 350 some years with 40 home runs. He doesn't have the batting average now, but those home runs he's got 28 home runs this year and 106 runs batted in.
Hit 40 last year. Panic stays alive. In Buster Olney's blog, Buster was saying that it is possible he could get to Aaron and Bond's number. He said it's possible.
Well, he's had a lot of problems with his feet, which is what makes you wonder about how much longer he's going to be able to go as a guy who can threaten 40 home runs. Albert is 36 years old now.
Funny you mentioned that. They were talking about the DH, and that's how Pujols will be able to do it. David Ortiz started 1 game at Dodger Stadium at first, asked to come out in the 6th because his feet hurt.
And really, that's why Ortiz is retiring.
And Panic out swinging, and that'll end the inning. Lackey wins that long battle. Lackey's going to lead things off. It's 1-0 Giants. stories. On this date in 2010 in Los Angeles, Giants scored 5 runs in the final 3 innings and was capped off by that blast right there by Juan Uribe, a 2-run home run off of Jonathan Broxton in the 9th, and the Giants won that ball game 5-4. And in that picture you saw some familiar faces that'll bring back a lot of memories from 2010. Here's Lackey. Yeah, you look at those guys in that picture, and since the Giants won in 2012 and 2014, you don't focus so much on just the first championship season. But in that picture, Freddie Sanchez, what a great year and great postseason he had, and Aubrey Huff.
Freddie Sanchez started hitting all those as Lackey's gone. So 1 away, but Sanchez hit all those doubles in the first couple of games of the World Series.
First 3 at bats, 3 doubles. '10 was also Dave Fleming's first World Series. And he's going to come over and join me for 3 innings. John will head over to the radio side.
It's much warmer today than it's been.
I know. I overdressed. Span. 2 outs. Talking about the congratulations in the dugout, and just as I mentioned, brings back great memories. Uribe's a great memory, but Sanchez, Edgar Renteria, Cody Ross, Zito in the background, Andres Torres, Rowan, that wily bunch that made things, well, let's put it this way, it was never boring.
Sometimes it was torture.
The Misfits, that's right.
That was
Bryant is going to not show this one to his grandkids. He's retired. All right, John, see you back here in the 7th. Dave Fleming will be in. Here it's 1-0 Giants.
Bay Area is brought to you by Heffernan Insurance Brokers. Insurance and financial services for you and your business. Visit hefins.com.
Here it's 1-0 Giants. Giants are doing it their style. They scored a run on no hits. Dave Fleming is back. These people know. They know.
The Giants way.
They've seen it before. Here's Posey.
The good thing about our fans, I think, they do not care if you get a win. They do not care how it happens.
Oh, however you get it is fine.
Yep.
Buster looking for his first hit in the series. And he fouls it out of play. When you say that, you're thinking, well, it must be a 2-game series.
Right. You would not even consider the possibility of 4 games in this park, even with all the good pitching the Cubs have. He's going to get one.
And this one is going to go on the roof and then roll off the back end of the roof. Pence, Belt, the beef here in the 4th. Right back to Lackey. I agree with you. He is going to get one. It's just not going to be here in the 4th. So here's Hunter Pence. This is one of those trips where people ask us all the time about traveling and being on the road, and you guys must have all these great opportunities to go out and have dinner. You don't, because you just don't get as many day games, and if there is a day game, it's usually a travel day. Not true, however, in this trip to Chicago. Pence pops it up, and that'll be in the seats. 2 free nights in Chicago to go out, and I think many of the players have their wives here. They go out and have a great dinner. Tons of great restaurants in Chicago, and about 80% of them serve the same thing.
Steak.
Get some ribs. Pence with a swing and a miss.
The one thing is, and I'm not complaining because it's fun to be here. It's been an amazing weekend, and the ball has been great. It's felt like we've been here for a long time.
It has. One-two pitch to Pence. Got him. Got him with a high fastball.
Ordinarily, that's not the one you want against that guy.
No, Pence usually gets after this pitch extremely well. And a lot of times you see him take that pitch and drive it into right center field.
I don't think it was that different in the first inning on Thursday. The pitch he hit 430 feet or whatever.
I agree. Here's Belt. Belt hits a high fly ball to right. It appears to be in the park, and that'll end the inning. The beef are coming up. Rizzo, Zobrist, Russell. It's 1-0 Giants. Goes big play the Togo's way. 1989 NLCS Game 1. Here's Vin Scully.
High drive into deep right field. It is a grand slam home run. Will Clark, one of the great hitters in the National League, one of the great hitters in baseball, has a double and 2 home runs, one of them a grand slam.
Yeah, and Will hit that off of Greg Maddux. 4 for 4 with 2 home runs, a double, 6 RBIs. And it really was a matchup of the 2 first basemen in that series. Grace and Clark went toe-to-toe.
Can you imagine those numbers? I mean, they are hard to believe.
It was pretty awesome to watch. Rizzo with a swing and a miss.
And the story of that grand slam to this day is one of the all-time great Giant stories.
Yeah, Will Clark told Kevin Mitchell in the on-deck circle, I read his lips, he's going to throw a fastball in. Oh, really? To left field, Parker over, and it's going to be a base hit. Mike Muldowney, one of our really great camera guys back in the Bay Area, is here. And I'm guessing he's rooting for the Giants.
He got the hat on, sitting to the bleachers. It is a scene. We drive in past the line to get in to the bleachers because it's first come first serve, right? You just get a bleacher ticket.
Yep.
And before the game, the number of people who are lined up trying to get those best bleacher seats, it's incredible.
All happy, too.
All happy.
Zobrist hit a ball that looked like it was going out. Pence made a nice catch in right center. The pitch runs inside. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. Giants have a 1-0 lead. They scored a run without the benefit of a hit in the second, and it is 1-0. Just inside. 37 pitches for Johnny Cueto. Cueto will have the 3 days off in Denver, and we'll see Johnny Cueto back on the mound in Arizona. Bumgarner will have the day or the 3 days off.
There'll be more Samardzija Suarez as it stands now. And I think the Giants will have Suarez start that game.
He pitched well here.
He did
on Friday afternoon.
Did a good
3-1
job.
to Zobrist.
You're not going to get most of these guys to chase.
No.
It's part of why they're such a good team.
So here's Russell. Russell got a hanging breaking ball and drove one off the wall in left field.
I believe the game plan in this at bat for Cueto will be don't throw that hanging breaking ball.
No. See if you can get Russell to hit a ball sharply on the ground to Adrianza. Like that.
Wow.
On the play, Rizzo goes to third. I actually thought Adrianza might take that himself, but I think he had time either way. And this is not hit sharply, but it's better if it's not hit sharply closer to the bag.
What else you got? You got anything else you can wish true?
Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact.
It doesn't have to be baseball related.
Here's Hayward. Yeah, Niners are going to win their first game.
Okay, that's a start.
I look for Stanford to go 5-1 in their first 6 games.
They're not 6-0.
No. See the schedule?
If we're wishing, we might as well don't wish a loss.
No, it wasn't a wish.
Oh, I see. Okay, all right.
I
It's
am
an
a
actual
homer, but
prediction.
I don't have 2 homes. 0-2 to Hayward. Quick pitch, high, 1-2. I'm also thinking that it's going to be a great matchup in postseason between these 2 teams.
Yep.
Cueto, a couple of head shakes, and the 1-2. And this is a flare and a base hit. And this game is tied. So Hayward got jammed, and he got rewarded. Nunez, or make that Adrianza just a glove short. So here's Contreras. Contreras struck out in the second. Well, if you get out of it here by allowing a run, you're not going to be happy about it, but it's just 1 run. Stay away from the big inning. Contreras trying to make it a bigger inning, and it's 0-1.
And he's capable. Yeah. We've been impressed with this young hitting catcher.
He was really unhappy with Cueto striking him out in the second, and you could see that he was anxious to get up there again to face him. Cueto's going to knock it down, recover, and that'll end the inning. Cubs tie it up. 5th inning coming up.
on CSN Bay Area is brought to you by the GoPro Grand Prix of Sonoma, Sunday, September 18th at Sonoma Raceway. Get your tickets to the Verizon IndyCar Series season finale at sonomaraceway.com.
Top of the 5th, it means it's time for the NorCal Acura Grand Slam giveaway. It's Audrey Wilson, and she'll win an Acura MDX if the Giants player hits a Grand Slam this inning. Go to AcuraNorCalDealers.com for more information on how to enter. Audrey, good luck. Dave, take it away.
All right. Was that the L? Did we get a view of the L in downtown Chicago? I think we did. Jared Parker now behind in the count, 0-2. Parker grounded out his first time up, and it was he didn't hit it very hard. It turned into an important play, though. Ben's back out of the way. 1-2 from Lackey. Giants had 2 on, nobody out, and Parker's little dribbler advanced both runners, set the stage for Nunez, who knocked in a run with a ground ball. And Parker's big league numbers, it's not a ton of at bats, but they're pretty good. It's that one to the backstop. Still 1-2. Just a day off for Angel Pagan to rest up. John Lackey, meanwhile, coming off the DL. Cubs have to be thrilled. 4 innings, still has not allowed a hit, even though the Giants and the Cubs are tied at 1. On the ground, foul. So that was a foul ball. He hit it off his foot and it rolled out to first. Yeah. And he went down to the ground quickly, but got up and immediately got ready to hit again. Parker, it wasn't that long ago, he got drilled by a pitch and it looked bad, and he hopped up from hitting the deck and sprinted to first base, just sort of to show, hey, that didn't hurt. 2-2. Contreras getting ready to throw somebody out on the bases, even though there's nobody on the bases.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that move was.
He's a little frisky back there.
Young legs.
That'll change, son. On the ground, Rizzo. Lackey just gets there. 1 out. MLB.TV Premium. You can watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. Also includes a free subscription to @Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. We'll probably fire up the app when the Dodgers get going here, and well, they got another 45 minutes or so before they start. Dodgers, Padres. Dodgers called up a kid from the minor leagues, Jose De Leon, who's going to make his major league debut today. And then on top of that, they announced that Clayton Kershaw is going to come back and start on Friday against the Marlins. So Kershaw is back. And that's obviously good news for the Dodgers, and it's not good news for the Giants and everybody else. They managed to hang around and make up all that ground without Kershaw.
They did.
Which is pretty impressive.
Of course, the problem was the Giants cooperated.
They did. Giants played along. Two-0 to Nunez, who drove in the first and only Giants run with a ground ball. 2-1. I saw Henry Schulman on Twitter, and so I guess I don't know if we're trusting Henry on this or what, but he tried to count out if Kershaw is going to come back Friday, and he said that if everything stayed on schedule, no maneuvering in the rotations, that Bumgarner and Kershaw would go head-to-head twice down the stretch. That ball is hit hard and into right center field. That's the first Giants hit of the game. Hustling to cut it off is Fowler, but he went into a slide to do it. Easily into second is Nunez, a 1-out double. Man, that thing didn't get very high off the ground. He just hit it so hard it almost made it to the wall.
Plus, I'm just shocked that Zobrist didn't catch it.
He's caught everything. There's number one. Where is it? They're digging through the pile.
It's the one that's straight up and down.
It's the crooked numbers that have been elusive to the Giants. That one, they've had some practice with that one.
Yes, they have. That would be great. Bumgarner, Kershaw, bring it on.
I know one guy who's looking forward to it. If he may not even know yet.
Well, don't think that they didn't set it up for that.
Yeah, I mean,
they can bring Kershaw back anytime they want.
Yep, they can. And Madison Bumgarner will welcome that. Here's a pitch inside, almost hit Ere Adrianza.
Well, it's good for the Giants. He's the one guy that can actually hit Kershaw.
That's true. They've always had a secret weapon through all the struggles against Kershaw over the years. 1-1 after the curveball. This is a key hitter here if the Giants want to make something out of that double. You're at the bottom of the order. You got Cueto on deck. Adrianza struck out his first time up. Lackey from the stretch. He hadn't thrown many pitches out of the stretch. 2-1. Well,
his game is kind of rocking along. You look up and Lackey's got 73 pitches.
There goes Nunez breaking for third. The throw, and it ticks off the glove of Bryant. Nunez thought about making a mad dash, but thought better of it. That's big, though. He steals third base.
Well, and Russell was holding him on. He got a good pitch. It was a breaking ball. And Nunez the mad dash. So the Giants are trying to do what they did yesterday. Pick up a run by using their legs.
Good play by Nunez. Now the infield comes in at a 3-ball 1-strike count. Cueto on deck. I mean, Lackey may not just give in and groove one here. Not that that would be the plan anyway, but he doesn't have to throw a strike. He can try to get Adrianza to chase. Adrianza bunts, and it's going to work. Nunez comes in to score. Well executed. The Giants do use their legs. They take a lead. 2-1.
It's kind of a gutsy call by Bruce Bochy, who doesn't squeeze a lot.
Not a lot.
And it's gutsy because it may be that Lackey's not even going to throw a pitch close to the strike zone. And even at that, Adrianza does a great job, and you also credit Nunez for getting a great jump down the third base line.
Yep.
A lot of times that play doesn't work if it's bunted too hard back to the pitcher, but it worked.
So that's the pure squeeze play, and the Giants pull it off. They've taken a 2-1 lead. Cueto kind of bloops one towards second. Zobrist is there, and that's it. The Giants get their first hit, but they take advantage of it. Eduardo Nunez of the Giants score a run. It's 2-1, middle of the fifth. Our Geico quote, and we're going to lean on the lefty, Madison Bumgarner, talking about the Cubs and the postseason. They're going to be there. We plan on being there too.
The Chicago Tribune today.
Yes.
One of the columnists wrote, maybe it's not the Giants that the Cubs would want to play because of their history and how they play in postseason, and the other, unless Bumgarner would pitch the wild card game. If that didn't happen, then he would face him twice in a 5-game series. If you go further on down, Giants win the West and then eventually get to the second round, then it would be a lot different.
A lot different.
The economist also said Bruce Bochy could use Bumgarner to start twice and then maybe pitch in relief 3 times.
Which I think everybody who's even thinking about playing the Giants in the playoffs from now on they'll be fearful of that.
Oh, made me laugh.
1 and 2. Well, and the famous line from Ned Yost after Bumgarner pitched Game 5 in 2014 in the World Series, and they ran into each other after the game. And Ned Yost said, "Thank goodness we don't have to see you anymore." And Bumgarner just sort of smiled and walked away. Very close, but called the ball. Cubs are getting the bullpen going, and that I think has as much to do with the fact that John Lackey is coming off the disabled list to make this start as anything. Is that Zizini? Swing and a miss, strike 3. We had to practice the last name.
Oh, I had no idea what you were talking about. I thought you were talking about an album, but oh, it's a guy warming up.
Rob Z, that's what the Cubs call him. Zastrizny.
The other great story out of the Bumgarner that Billy Hayes tells, Bumgarner's warming up in the bullpen for Game 7. And there's a leather lung fan that is just wearing everybody out, yelling, "We want Bumgarner. We want Bumgarner." And as the gate opened up and Bumgarner,
foul ball, by the way, foul ball,
walked through the gate, Billy Hayes turned to the fan and said, "You got him now." Never heard from the guy again. Anyway, it's even in the minds of a columnist here in Chicago, who I'm sure probably covered that World Series. When you do what that guy did in that World Series, nobody's ever going to forget it. And then he beats Arrieta yesterday. So back to the game. Who's hitting?
Matt Caesar. Pinch hitting for Lackey. Zastrizny in the bullpen. Matt Caesar at the plate. A lot of Z's. 1 and 2.
Rizzo at first.
Rizzo, yeah, there's more of them. Caesar, it has.
I don't know. Let me count them out. Maybe more Z's on this roster than any other team.
Could be another thing the Cubs lead the league in.
I'll get back to you in about the 9th.
Okay, that's a really worthwhile expenditure of time. 2 and 2.
Zobrist.
Yes, that's one.
John Zester.
Oh, of course, yeah.
I think that's it. Felix Pena. Oh no, that's an X.
No, they get a guy on the DL named Zach. Javier Baez. So you got a Zobrist, 2 Rizzos, a Baez, Zastrizny, Caesar. That's a pretty good number of. See what we've accomplished here.
I know, it's amazing what you can do in an action-packed game.
Caesar was a real pain for Bumgarner yesterday, having a long at bat against Cueto. He punches that one foul.
That was a hanger.
Yeah.
Pitch wise 57.
And Cueto, he's only given up the 4 hits. This is a good Cubs offense, only the 1 run. He's gotten away with a few mistakes today. He's not been totally at his sharpest, but sign of a good pitcher where, okay, you make a few mistakes and he's worked around it.
Didn't like that ball, so he got another one. And maybe this one's got higher seams on it where he can throw a sharper breaking ball if that's what he chooses to throw.
On the ground, past Cueto. Panic, though, will take care of it. 2 down. This was the at-bat we were kind of referring to. Bumgarner took so many pitches. There was traffic everywhere. Game on the line, and he got him. It was really, you could tell how excited he was. That was the last pitch he threw in the game.
Yep.
It was a playoff-like moment, if we're talking about
10 strikeouts, no walks.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Somewhere that's the 10th time he's done that.
That is pretty good. There's Fowler. Fowler's 0 for 2. Last time up, hit a ball hard, but right to the defense. He's had a good series.
Well, he started out the series with that 13 pitch at bat against Jeff Samardzija.
Giants took a 2-0 lead Thursday. Fowler leads off in the bottom of the first. 13 pitches, draws a walk. And it did. It set the whole tone for the inning, for the game for the Cubs.
Yeah. And it really got Samardzija out of the game much sooner than you would think, even though he did settle down and pitch well after that.
That one just misses. 2-1. You think they know each other?
Oh yeah, absolutely. They're friends for life.
Now they do.
You know where they met? They met at the Haight in San Francisco.
They did.
One moved here, the other stayed.
Old friends of ours too. 3-1. 3-2.
If they walk down Haight Street in Haight-Ashbury, no one would even notice them.
No, you don't even bat an eye.
Here, you just barely notice them. That is if they're sitting in the bleachers.
Yeah, the bleachers, that's sort of the Chicago version of, I don't know if you want to paint a real broad brush, but
Well, they are. Look at it. It's perfect.
Yeah. And looking for somebody to talk to. He struck him out. Posey hangs on. 93-mile-an-hour fastball. That's a 1-2-3 inning for Cueto. Span, panic. Posey coming up. 2-1 Giants.
days at the ballpark. It's the 18th. It's the 5th annual yoga day at the ballpark. Now you get a private post-game yoga session on the field with your special ticket, and you get a yoga mat, and you get to see the Cardinals and Giants play at 105. I'm not sure which one of those as far as importance. But, come on out to the yard. It's 2-1 when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts.
So it's Rob Zastryzny against the top of the order. Denard's band showed a bunt, took a strike. Zastryzny on Thursday pitched, and he pitched 2 perfect innings. Needed only 18 pitches to do it. I mean, he just blew through the Giants.
He quieted everything down.
And I do believe they would like for that to be a little different today. I think that was part of the reason Thursday was so frustrating for the Giants, was because they never got a base runner against the bullpen. And it wasn't Aroldis Chapez. No knock on this guy, but Zastryzny has not been in the big leagues but for 10 innings all year. Just missed with a breaking ball. 2-1. Just some better at bats.
Yeah, set the table.
To center field. Fowler just kind of coasting over. 1 away. Well, the Giants Insider Podcast is sponsored by Max Muscle Sports Nutrition. Is live on CSNBayArea.com. Log on each week as Alex talks baseball with players, coaches, special guests, and more. The Giants Insider Podcast with Alex Pavlovich on CSNBayArea.com. It's also available on iTunes.
Alex is here.
Yeah.
Now known after 4 days here, the new king of Rush Street, Alex Pavlovich. Hasn't slept a wink.
Panic on the ground, base hit. And Joe Panic gets the second Giants hit of the game, and he's aboard in front of Buster Posey. Maybe the Giants can turn that into a rally. You get Posey and Pence up against this left-hander. Pretty good chance to take a couple cracks and try to hit one hard somewhere.
Yeah, or hit one out.
Over the wall.
See, Alex, when you consider the lack of sleep, you're definitely going to wear shades to the yard.
Even in the press box where it's not bright at all.
Yeah, and Andy Baggerly's going to ask him to tell some tales. That's what Northwestern guys do. They don't have any fun themselves. They ask other people what kind of fun they're having.
So Rush Street, how do you get there?
Really? You did that? Oh.
Ball 1 to Buster. Buster probably hasn't had quite as much fun. Certainly not as much fun as those two guys seem to be having. He switched his Giants hat around. The guy on the left is wearing a Cubs hat now. So what, he changes every half inning?
He's into defense.
He loves pitching and defense. 1-1. Posey needs a hit. We don't say that about Buster very often. To third, picked up by Bryant, and not in time. Posey hustled to stay out of the double play. I thought they were going to turn it. Wouldn't hit all that hard.
Well, you got to get down the line one way or the other. And look, it's been a long 4 days in the squat for Buster Posey. And they may end up taking a look at this one. He knows that it's going to be close. And I mentioned 4 days in the squad. He did play one of these games at first base. That would have been what, the Friday game? 4.6. That's the speed.
Yep. Not blazing, but for a guy who is beat up, Posey just fast enough to stay out of the double play, and it gives this guy a shot. Hunter Pence, who has been swinging the bat well and has been swinging with power. So let's see if that's a big play. Posey staying out of the double play. Pence is 0 for 2, reached on the error by Hayward and scored a run, has also struck out. Hits that one hard and deep, but very, very foul.
And he broke his bat.
One thing I like about Hunter, among many things, he's got that next bat ready to go.
And that, or he might even just go in the Cubs dugout and say, just hand me one. I'm ready.
Just not all that picky. He will make it work. 2-1. Well, now Hunter in a real good hitter's count.
Look, 2 outs, lean on one. Do the Reggie Jackson. Go down to the back knee. Let it rip.
Well, he tried to, and he got something very, very slow.
Curve.
Yeah.
Stop.
They're going to keep holding Posey on at first base. He will get to take off. There he goes, and Pence, did he go? Yes, he did. Ball in the dirt. Zastrisny, another good inning against the Giants. They have not figured this guy out. Middle of the 6th, 2-1, Giants lead. Of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile. It was back in 2003. Giants were here at Wrigley. Barry Bonds during batting practice, and oh my goodness, out beyond Sheffield Avenue. And when you stand here and look out, that's the building. I mean, it's not right down the line. bleachers are a little taller than they used to be, so they kind of obscure those windows. You see that little brick arch under the Wrigley rooftops. There's a window just down below that. You just cannot fathom that a ball could go out there.
Well, that's what guys used to do when they were in the same group as Bonds, is just say, well, I don't think you can hit one there, and then he would do it. And then the ultimate one is the one in Denver where he hit the purple line, which
I'm guessing we'll show that sometime in the next few days.
People in Denver don't believe it until you show it to them.
Called strike to Chris Bryant. There's the window.
It's unbelievable.
That is a long, long, long way from home plate.
Although I think, given the same conditions that Bonds had that day, the ball that Pence hit on Thursday may have gone just as far.
I think so too. Bryant, hard hit, foul. Not by much. 0-2. This is a big spot in this game. You got the 2, 3, 4 hitters coming up for the third time now against Cueto. Giants have a 1-run lead. Giants have the bullpen lined up if Cueto needs any help. So Cueto, if he can navigate through this part of the order here, Giants get into the late innings where they can start to mix and match, and he hits him. In an 0-2 count, he hit him. That's just a huge mistake in this spot of the order.
Yeah, I think that slipped out of his hand, and now you got two left-handed hitters coming up that are as good as you're going to get. The thing about Cueto, though, is pitching in traffic is not something that bothers him.
Nope.
But like anybody else, you would prefer not to have to do it.
And it's only one base runner. It's one base. It's you got plenty of wiggle room here. It's just ahead 0-2. Cueto wants to put him away. He as good as he is, and he didn't give himself a chance to do it. Now he misses to Rizzo, who has a hit.
Well, you work hard to get to 0-2 against those guys.
Yep. Not a ton of success lifetime against Cueto, but a good swing in this game. He wanted to hit one out to where Bonds did. That was the Reggie Jackson.
Down to the back knee. Let her rip.
I don't think there's anybody who stands closer to the plate than this guy. 1-2, another foul ball.
You know, the theory is if you stand as close to the plate as Rizzo does, then you look for the ball in, because that's where they're going to try to get you.
His arms, hands are basically in the strike zone, or just above it, hovering right over it. And that's the thing that Cubs have a coach, Eric Hinsky. He was a good big league hitter and kind of had this style, and he was the one who apparently suggested it to Rizzo, who was a talented young guy, big prospect, but traded a couple different times, was having a hard time establishing his presence as a big leaguer. And that's the adjustment that they made with him, and he's turned into a superstar. Just crowd the plate. Foul that one off.
And then when he gets 2 strikes, he kind of does the Joey Votto thing.
He does. Chokes up. He's got an actual 2-strike approach for a big slugger. He's hanging in there against Cueto. It's kind of an upset that he doesn't lead the league in being hit by pitches.
Who does?
Derek Dietrich has been hit 22 times.
Wow.
For the Marlins.
Would not have been my first guess, or 10th.
Rizzo's been hit 14 times. Cubs have 4 guys in the top 10 in the National League hit by pitches.
So a lot of pitchers want to crowd him.
2-2. Rizzo's managed to work the count from 2 strikes to full. This feels like a very big pitch in this game with that guy on deck. Zobrist, who has hit a ball a long way in this game that was caught and also walked. A lot of times you would say, because Rizzo does, he will still strike out, that maybe it wouldn't be a spot for sending Bryant. And maybe it's not, but Bryant does have good speed.
He does.
He's not going, and Rizzo hits a one-hopper to short. Panic will get there for one. The throw to first just didn't have enough on it. And that was the Giants defense playing away from the bag, shifted a little bit, made that hard to turn the double play. They made sure they got the one, though.
Well, you're right. It's the defensive alignment. And because Joe Panic had to go such a long way, the whole process of getting to the bag is going to speed up Rizzo down the line.
And I think, and you're the former middle infielder, but we watch this so often now with the way teams play defense on the infield. You got to make sure you get one, and you want to get that lead runner, and they did. Sometimes you give up the good chance to get the double play. So here's Zobrist. Ball 1 with the changeup.
I mean, that's the downside to playing a guy out of position, is instead of getting the double play, you're only going to get one. But those are the risks you take.
Zobrist has grounded into 17 of them. Strike 1, 93 miles an hour. The Giants are playing maybe you might say a little more conventionally with Zobrist up there. Panic is still a ways away from the bag. Right there on the corner, strike 2.
He's probably maybe a step and a half closer to second than he was with Rizzo.
Yeah.
And that step and a half, of course, can be the difference.
So he's gotten ahead of Ben Zobrist. 1 ball, 2 strikes to count. Giants have a 1-run lead. They only have 2 hits in the game. On the ground. We'll see if they can turn 2 this time. There's one. Adrianza, not in time. Now that one was close. Just not quite hit hard enough. I'm sure the Giants will want to look at it. Where's Ron Wotus? Bochy picked up the phone himself. Yeah, I think he beat it out.
Yeah, you're right. That against a guy that doesn't run very well, that's going to be a double play. It had to be hit a little harder.
It gives Addison Russell a chance. Russell has grounded into a double play, but has also smoked one off the left field wall. Ball 1 inside.
And he got a hanging breaking ball, and he did not miss it.
The thing about Addison Russell in this lineup, no matter where he hits, he has so many chances. I mean, he's knocked in 88 runs. He's hitting 242. But he comes up with runners on base just about every single time.
Well, once he started showing Joe Madden that he could knock in runs, he started moving up the lineup.
Yeah, there are days, and today he's hitting 5th. We saw him hit cleanup earlier in this series. In fact, that was yesterday against Bumgarner. Two outs, runner at first. Russell is an aggressive swinger. He got a fastball out over the plate and fouled it back.
Cueto's throwing pretty hard. That was at 93.
I mentioned over on the radio side early in the game. It's so hard to tell with Cueto because in the first couple innings he'll just kind of ease along often 89, 90, maybe you see a 91, and he's holding something back. On the ground, foul.
See, that's a good pitch right there. You're not going to let Russell get extended, and he just bore that pitch right in on his hands. We saw Guerin try to do it to Russell on Thursday night. Russell got a base hit. He blooped it over Crawford, but that actually was running a little bit more in. And this will be pitch number 85.
So he should have plenty left in the tank. 2-2. Russell hits one onto the rooftop.
This was the pitch on Thursday. And it ran up the bat, and Russell just got enough of it. Aaron was really frustrated, and nobody could blame him because that was the hit that ended up winning the game.
Cueto, sometimes it's like he wants to have a little fun out there. Russell kind of serves one out to right, and that's another one of those base hits for Russell. Zobrist stops at second, just punched at that one, almost a half swing, but it works. 2 on, 2 out, tying run in scoring position.
Well, not a whole lot behind it, but he just felt like he didn't want to take it. So now you got Hayward again.
Hayward last time up knocked in the first run. Posey and Cueto want a little chat before this at bat. And Hayward, it was a very similar hit ball to Russell's base hit, where wasn't on the sweet spot, wasn't hit all that hard, just kind of floated one over the reach of Adrianza. Ninth run batted in this year for Jason Hayward. Hayward sort of tapped his chest, almost like, my bad. He needed another second to get ready. 2 on, 2 out. And he hits that one high to right field. The wind is going to help the Giants here. He may not have had all of it anyway, but the wind didn't help. Cueto maybe got away with one, and the Cubs do not score. John will come back and join Kite. Shocker, we got another close game. 2-1 Giants.
Toyota game summary. It's brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Giants only have 2 hits in this game, but they've scored 2 runs. Cubs scored a run in the 5th inning on a single by Hayward. And Belt just got smoked.
Well, this is the protocol, checking for a concussion. Oh, got away from Strisny big time, and there wasn't much room for him to go anywhere. Bruce Bochy out there as well.
Yeah, well, we watched this with Joe Panik, where Panik played for 3 games. Get out of the way. And just could not do it.
Of course, Belt has had concussion issues in the
Yes,
past.
he has. And Bruce Bochy's, I'm not sure he's going to take any chances. No, he's going down to first. Here it is again. For a second, from our angle, it looked like it may have hit his bat. Tomlinson is going to pinch hit.
Cubs have a right-hander up in their bullpen, and here comes Joe Madden after Tomlinson is officially entered in. I think that's Joe Smith who's warming up out there. The side armor, and he's going to be brought in.
When it's time for a change thing speedy, oil change and auto service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts. We'll be back.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the San Francisco Giants and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of San Francisco Baseball Associates, LLC.
It's a 2-1 lead for the Giants, and the new pitcher is number 30, and that's Joe Smith, who pitched 2 perfect innings on Thursday. And in that game, he did not allow a base runner, and he struck out 3. Tomlinson has been pulled back, so it's going to be Connor Gillespie. So John Miller is back.
Travis Wood, a left-hander, warming up back of Smith in the Cubs bullpen.
So here's Gillespie with Belt at first, and a quick toss to first. See the numbers for Gillespie as a pinch hitter. That really doesn't tell the whole story. He's had a really nice year for the Giants.
I asked him, we had the function with the Giants vacation fans, about 150 fans who came in from San Francisco this weekend. And he and Trevor Brown spent some time with the fans at the Four Seasons Hotel here in Chicago. And I said, now you've always been kind of an everyday guy, and I know early in the season you were finding a difficult transition to being a guy who all of a sudden just gets one shot in a game and your whole day depends on how you did. How's that going now? He says, it's no different. I feel
pulled foul on the ground.
He says it feels exactly the same now. I'm still struggling with it.
Yeah.
But he may be struggling with it in his head, but on the field he has become a very reliable pinch hitter.
The problem is when you do what Connor's doing now, and I did it. If you play every day, you go 0 for 4, you go home mad. If you're a pinch hitter, you go home 0 for 1, you're mad.
And if you were playing, maybe you went 0 for 4, but you made a couple of nice plays in the field to help your team win.
That's right.
Everything is this one at bat if you're a pinch hitter. Your whole day.
And then if you swing at the first pitch and you make an out, you figure I waited around all day for that. Here it's 1-1. It should reach the seats. It does. It's 1-2. $41,293. Pretty consistent all 4 days. One night and 3 days here at Wrigley Field. One and two. Got him. Here's Nunez. This was Nunez in the 5th. He doubled over Zobrist. Stole third. Came home on a squeeze. And because of that, the Giants have the lead. He's knocked in a run and he's scored a run. And here he takes a strike. Adrianza is on deck. Rolls this one off his foot. It's 0-2. Long road trip for the Giants. It's a 10-game road trip. They will have one day off on this trip, and that'll be Thursday. And they'll enjoy that day off in the desert.
Only supposed to be 101 on Thursday.
Many of the Giants, that's their home. Hit well to left. Back is Coghlan, and Coghlan on the warning track will make the catch. Or Nunez just missed that one. Here's Adrianza. Adrianza with the squeeze bunt in the 5th. And it hit Adrianza. So all those motions by Contreras didn't mean anything. And Contreras is looking in to see if this is reviewable. Phil Cuzzy said it hit him on the thigh. And it looked like it may very well have.
Well, the Cubs are asking for a little time to get word from their video room about it. I mean, from the angle we just saw, you could say that it might well have grazed him, but we couldn't say for sure that it did.
Let's see if the uniform moves. Oh yeah, it almost took his pants off.
Okay, now we've seen it. No question about it.
Well, it's going to get Cueto up, and Cueto's been known to do some interesting things with runners in scoring position. And he pops this one out of play.
This has been one of the Giants' best kind of rallies. Get a couple guys hit or a walk, an error,
and a bloop. The Giants need a bloop.
They've had only 2 hits. They've averaged 3 hits a game in the series.
Cueto trying to bunt his way on. It's 0-2.
Well, that's not a bad idea. If you beat out the bunt, and an actual hitter can come up and try to get the hit. Giants scored their first run without benefit of a hit, an error, a ground ball, and another ground ball.
Cueto taps this one to Rizzo, and it's a foul ball.
Easy call there. I think it would have hit the bag if it was fair.
Yep.
Cueto, by the way, he does have 3 RBIs this year.
Remember, he got the base hit in Miami where I think it was Buster Posey got thrown out at home.
At Giancarlo Stanton.
Yep. And that'll end the inning. So the Giants will strand a pair. Contreras is going to lead things off. It remains 2-1.
On CSN Bay Area is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota's Labor Day clearance event is here. For Labor Day only, get $2,500 total cash back on the redesigned 2016 Prius. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience TV.
It's a 2-1 lead for the Giants. Giants have one change. Mac Williamson goes out to play left field. So there's Big Mac. See Cueto with 87 pitches. He'll have Contreras and then Coghlan, and then you would expect the pinch hitter. Dodgers and Padres are underway. Contreras is 0 for 2, a strikeout and a ground ball back to Cueto. He's got power. And the pitch. Outside for a strike, and it's 0-1. Only 7 hits in the game. Way outside and low. 2 for the Giants, 5 for the Cubs.
Giants have been making a lot out of a little these last couple of days. 3 runs on 4 hits yesterday.
Unbelievable.
2 runs, 2 hits today.
That runs in tight, 2 balls and a strike. There's the 7 hits. Hit on the ground, Adrianza. 1 out.
Contreras runs pretty well. He's a catcher, but a young catcher. And he hustles up the line on a ball.
He's got a lot of energy. I did too when I was, what, 24, 23? I'm out of gas by the time you get to the booth.
I always had this theory that Ernie Banks, he said, hey, let's play 2. Beautiful day for a ball game. Let's play 2. I think he was 24 when he used to say that.
Yeah. Plus, he didn't have to go walk the ramps that we walk up. Coghlan takes a strike. I don't know how Harry. Actually, the last years that Harry Carey worked in this park, he had a golf cart that took him to the steps. Which I keep looking for the golf cart.
Well, it's probably best thing for us. Take those ramps up. It's like walking the switchbacks in Yosemite.
That's right. There's a line drive. Belt's got it on 1 hop. He'll go to the bag. Nice play. 2 down.
And that ball was scorched. Quick reactions there by Brandon Belt.
With Belt struggling at the plate, the one thing you usually don't have to worry about is his defense. There's the play right there. And it was hit hard enough where he didn't have to shovel it to Cueto covering. Here's La Stella.
Good isolation cam there on Brandon Belt. He's poised on the balls of his feet and then made the quick dive to his right. Belt, you don't. It's happened occasionally. I remember it happened here in Chicago on the south side of town, where a left-handed fielding first baseman who was a good one. You remember Mike Squires?
Absolutely.
He was one of the best. And they played him at third base on occasion.
He caught.
The throw was not the ideal kind of a throw for a left-handed thrower generally from third, especially if you had to go to the line for a ball. But he caught everything, and he had the quick reactions for it, and Belt would too, I think.
Really good. This is a conversation between Posey and Cueto on how to try to get this last out here in the 7th. One ball and no strikes. Swing, ain't gonna miss. Cueto at 92. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
What was the story? The La Stella that was going to be sent back to the minors,
Yeah.
and then he didn't report.
He said, I'm not going to go. Popped up. Mac Williamson. And he'll make the two-handed catch, and Cueto's going to walk off the mound hanging on to a 1-run lead. Span, Panic, Posey coming up. Dynamic deal tickets for the Padres, and that dynamic deal starts as low as $7.50. September baseball, every game counts. sfgiants.com/dynamic deals. Travis Wood is the new pitcher. This is a 2-1 ball game. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change at Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts. There's the numbers for Wood, and he'll be facing Denard Span. Here's John.
A couple of lefties due up for the Giants against this left-hander to start the inning. Span and then Panic. 0-1 the count. The Cubs already have a right-hander up in their bullpen, with the right-handed hitting Buster Posey due up 3rd in the inning. Span trying to get on base, and he has not been able to do it since the first game of this series. 0 for his last 13. Slider, and it's a ball and a strike. Today, there's Carl Edwards Jr. Young, hard-throwing, very impressive hard-throwing right-hander. Very long-legged, long arms. And the count now is 1-2. 2-1 Giants. Giants have only 2 hits in the game. Eduardo Nunez got the first one, a double in the 5th inning that the Giants were able to turn into a run. He stole 3rd and then scored on a suicide squeeze, and the other was by Joe Panic in the 6th inning. But they have 2 runs and they lead 2-1. To shortstop, Russell. That's one away.
Now, Giants and Rockies tomorrow. Remember, it's a holiday. Pregame live will start at 12:30, and we'll have the game for you right at the top of the hour at 1 o'clock. And it's the Rockies and the Giants, and that's just game 1 of a 3-game series, and it'll be Matt Moore for the Giants against Chad Bettis for the Rockies.
Rockies have been playing pretty well, and as always, hitting very well at Coors Field. Chad Bettis is an 11-game winner for them this year. Joe Panic, he got a base hit against a left-hander, Zastrisny, as Sergio Romo will start throwing in the bullpen. There's Mark Gardner alongside. Johnny Cueto's thrown 97 pitches in his 7 innings, allowing just the 1 run. Zobrist gets in front of it, and Panic is now 1 for 4. So 2 down, and Buster Posey. But first, Joe Madden out to the mound, and Joe calls to the bullpen for Carl Edwards Jr. Trying to hold the line here. Edwards, who ended up closing game 1 of this series for his first major league save.
Well, this may be better for Buster Posey than Travis Wood. 2-1. We'll be back. Buster Posey's going to hit with 2 outs and nobody on. He'll be facing Carl Edwards Jr., who just throws extremely hard. But as I was saying before we went to break, so one thing that Buster Posey can do is hit a fastball, and although he doesn't have a hit in the series, he's going to see some fastballs here.
Edwards, we saw 97, 98 mile-an-hour fastballs from him Thursday night as he came in to close for the Cubs. First time he ever got a save. He has not allowed a run in 21 of his 26 games, and he's gotten better and better as the season's gone along. Buster Posey 0 for 3 in this one. Pop out, 2 ground outs. Look how easy he threw that one. 95 miles an hour. That was foul, and now it is 0-2 to Buster. 96 miles an hour on that fastball. The Cubs got him from the Texas Rangers, and they dealt the veteran Matt Garza back in July of 2013. The Rangers were in a pennant race. Cubs were in their rebuilding mode, so he's one of the guys that they got. Here is Russell. And for Buster, hitless for the series. Last of the 8th, the top of the order. Fowler, Bryant, and Rizzo coming up. 2-1 Giants.
Cubs coming up. Sergio Romo's the new pitcher when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts. So Romo's coming in. Romo pitched in the game on Friday. Pitched the third of an inning. Pitched 2/3 of an inning and had a strikeout yesterday. So here he's facing Fowler.
And sort of an easy call for Bochy to make. Even though Fowler swings left-handed, that slider in for a strike. Fowler's never had a hit against Romo. He's 0 for 9 in his career against him with 5 strikeouts. Fowler 0 for 3 in this game against Cueto. 2-1 Giants. And that changeup is low. 1 ball, 1 strike. Javier Lopez, the left-hander, up in the bullpen. You've got the right-handed hitting Bryant on deck, and then the left-handed slugger Rizzo due up third. Another tight, tense ball game here at Wrigley Field. And he chased. That was the two-seam fastball at 86 miles an hour. And right now he doesn't have much more speed than that. And that one ran off the outside and really made Fowler look bad. 1-2. Every game of the series has been decided by 1 run up till now. The Giants won yesterday 3-2. The Cubs won the day before 2-1. The Giants are leading right now 2-1. This time he laid off that one as it ran off the outside. Romo tried it again. 2-2 the count to Dexter Fowler. He is grounded to first, lined out to center. There's Bryant on deck and struck out. 0 for 3. Struck him out.
I can only think that Fowler just cannot pick up Romo, whether he's throwing a slider or a fastball. I mean, the ball's tailing away from Fowler, and he just didn't pick him up.
Well, he swung at one, so Romo threw it a second time, and he took it. And then Romo threw it a third time and got him to swing and miss again. And Fowler is 0 for 10 with 6 strikeouts. That's his career record against Romo.
I would not have thought that that's what those numbers would look like.
Here's Bryant, and he pops it up. Out near second base. Adrianza calling off panic. 2 down. Just like that, they get Bryant on 1 pitch. That is a blessing.
And that's going to be it for Romo.
With the left-handed batting slugger Rizzo coming up. Bruce Bochy is going to go for the left-handed specialist Javier Lopez. In this series, Lopez is sort of the Rizzo specialist. 2 down, nobody on. The Giants leading 2-1. And we'll be right back.
For the Giants, and Lopez is going to try to get the Giants into the dugout, and you see his numbers. He's held left-handers to a .219 average, and that's who he's going to face in this case, a lefty in Anthony Rizzo. Not just any lefty, he's good, but Lopez has earned a good living by getting lefties out.
Getting guys like this out. Aroldis Chapman, the Cubs closer, is now warming up in the Cubs bullpen. He has not appeared in this series. And Santiago Casilla, the Giants closer, getting ready along the right field line. Rizzo has struck out, singled, and scored, and hit into a force play. Strike one.
And for Lopez, what you do here, obviously you can try to get him out, but you keep him in the park.
This guy has a lot of power. 26 home runs. He has 1 hit in 7 career plate appearances against Javier Lopez, as this one is fouled out of play.
That pitch may have been away from the target. You see Buster setting up off the plate, and Rizzo's got plenty of power to hit the ball the other way, but that's what you want to force him to do.
And that was his best fastball, 85 miles an hour. Second baseman Joe Panik's 30 feet into the outfield for this big guy. And the ground ball foul. That might have been his curveball, 72 miles an hour. Still 0-2. Javier Lopez in his 58th game of the year, often facing just one guy like this. He's thrown a grand total of 22 2/3 innings in those 57 previous games. 2-1 Giants. 2 down, nobody on. Off the outside. He got a little extra on that one.
Yeah, wasted. Give Rizzo a chance to look at something different.
Lopez tries it again. That is down the left field line, foul.
Yeah, he dropped down a little bit more that time.
He's nothing at all like Cueto. He's left-handed, not right-handed. He's tall and long, not short and stout like Cueto, but he gives you different release points, different kinds of deliveries.
Yeah, that's why he's still pitching.
Muscled into shallow center. That's going to be a base hit. Got in the hands, and Rizzo just lobbed it out in there, and he is aboard. Possible tying run is aboard, and Zobrist, the cleanup hitter, coming up.
Now here's the pitch sequence. First pitch strike. Comes back, got in on his hands, away from the target, foul. There's the waste pitch outside. And another foul, and then the jam shot.
Now Zobrist, he's a switch hitter. Adrianza to second in time. Well done by the man who was out there spelling the Gold Glover, Brandon Crawford, and made a Gold Glove play of his own.
Get hard enough where if you knock it down, you can still make the short throw. Nice play.
2-1 Giants. On to the 9th. Sportsnet Central today at 6 o'clock and again at 10:30 on CSN Bay Area. We have the Giants clubhouse reaction here from Wrigley. Some MLB highlights from around the game. And the 49ers Carlos Hyde one-on-one interview. Ninth inning. Here's Dwayne.
And Pence with a swing and a miss. It'll be Pence, Belt, and Mac Williamson just trying to get an insurance run or two before the Cubs come up in the bottom of the ninth. Outfield straight away for Pence. And it's a high fastball at 96. There you see the defense. This is as straight up as you're going to see with all the shifts that you see these days. This is straight up. On the ground, and it's Zobrist to his left, and he'll make the play. So Pence is 0 for 4.
He's hit the ball with authority a couple of times to the right side. Once a drive into deep right center that ended up bouncing off the glove of Jason Hayward. Just when you thought he was going to catch it, he dropped it. And that led to the Giants' first run. And now they hit this hard ground ball. And if they'd been in some kind of a shift, that would have been a clean single to right.
Here's Belt. Belt has been on base twice. He walked in the second and got hit in the head in the seventh. Stay in the game. Appears to be fine. Can be sure the Giants will keep an eye on Belt for a while. He tried to bunt at it and he missed it, and he had a shot. This was the scary incident in the seventh. Just could not get out of the way. That is a heads up. 1-1 to Belt. Belt wants to try it again. It's there again. Russell is playing deep short. Nobody's at third.
And the way we've seen balls go to right field, especially toward the right field corner, it does look like the ball's getting knocked down a little bit in that part of the ballpark.
It does. Belt takes a ball. Like a pretty good pitch. It's 3-1. Belt swinging and fouling. It's 3-2, and that was the pitch he wanted. And he may see another one here. By the way, the Padres have an early 2-0 lead on the Dodgers. The game is in the bottom of the third.
And Hervey Solarte, 2-run homer in that game.
He beat him Friday night.
He did. 2-run homer late in a tie game Friday.
And the payoff to Belt is strike 3 call. That's one of the few high strikes that Cuzzy has called today. And here's what Belt thought was a ball, and Belt's got a pretty good eye, and he knows the strike zone. And look, Contreras jerked it down and moved it. And a lot of times when catchers do that, umpires are going to go, well, they're doing that for a reason. So here's Mac Williamson and try to catch up to a fastball. And he takes a called strike. Nunez would hit if Williamson reaches. There's a one hopper. In the bottom of the ninth, it'll be Russell, Hayward, and Contreras. Williamson chasing a breaking ball in the dirt, 1-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Giants have not scored a run in this series against the Cubs bullpen. Nearly 11 innings.
And Williamson takes high.
In 11 2/3 innings in this series, the Giants have only had 1 hit against the Cubs bullpen.
Looking for hit number 2 and hoping that it's hit very far. 3-2. And Williamson goes around, and that'll end the inning. So here we go. Bottom of the 9th. You see it coming in. 2-1 Giants. Here's our player of the game, and it's brought to you by Honda. It's going to be Johnny Cueto. Johnny Cueto today, 7 innings, 5 hits, a run, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. He threw 97 pitches, and Johnny Cueto giving the Giants a chance to win here on this Sunday afternoon at Wrigley. When it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your oil change tune-up and repair experts. It's Santiago Casilla, who picked up the save in the game yesterday. Casilla picked up his 30th save. And it'll be Addison Russell who's going to lead things off. Russell has 2 hits in this game. And that's hooked foul, and it's no balls and 1 strike. Russell hooked that 94-mile-an-hour fastball like he was looking for it. Rookies Hernandez is now in left field. Hanging breaking ball, 0-2. Quick little break.
Well, you'd figure the guy was sitting on your fastball.
Absolutely.
Why not?
Posey set up away. And it is away. It's 1-2.
91-mile-an-hour pitch with some cut to it.
Hayward to follow. We are in the 9th. Tapped off his foot foul. He threw him a breaking ball. It stays at 1-2.
That was not a good one. And I'm sure he's thrilled that that's all that happened on it.
Yeah, you want to, if anything, you want to, if you're going to miss, bounce it. Outside 2-2.
Get a little extra in that, 96 miles an hour. This guy's got power, 19 home runs.
Garcia needs to come in. Down the left field line, fair ball. And the tying runs at second base. And that's the third hit of the game for Addison Russell. And pitched down and in, and he just laid it down the left field line. So Giants are going to have to scramble, as they usually do. Hayward will step up. Hayward is 1 for 3. Hayward's only faced Garcia one time in his life, and he's 0 for 1. And he shows bunt, and he takes a strike. That's the best pitch to throw if a guy's going to try to bunt. And I don't think Garcia thought that Hayward was going to bunt, but it's the toughest pitch to bunt. It's hard to get on top of that ball when you're trying to sacrifice.
Aroldis Chapman, the hard throwing closer, getting ready for a possible 10th inning in the Cubs bullpen.
There's your 90 feet. And it just squirted between the legs of Buster Posey, and it did bounce. And it just stayed down. So now the infield has to come in. It's 1 ball and 1 strike. On the ground. This game is tied. So Hayward has both RBIs, and it's 2-2. Pitch out over the plate, and with the infield in, really no chance for Joe Panik. If you're playing back, he probably has a shot at it. So here's Contreras. Cubs are now going to try to just end this thing. you play to go to extra innings. And the bunt. Casillas got it. That's one. And Contreras beat it out. So
if the Giants are having a look, showing Dunston and Chad Chop in the video room just to make sure at first base.
Well, there's one. No, I don't believe they got him.
So it's got to be in the glove before the foot hits the bag. And at best, I think it happened at the same time.
Here's Coghlan. Coghlan takes a strike. Coghlan 0 for 3. Hit out to Span in center field. Span will make the catch. 2 outs. Here's Soler. He will pinch hit. Soler at 247. He's got 10 home runs. He's got power, and he swings for it. And it's outside for a ball, 1-0. But hit well. It's 1 ball and 1 strike.
That one hit north into Wisconsin.
It sure had the right sound, that's for sure. One ball and 1 strike. Down low. Look out. Well, now you got Soler, who likes to swing hard. And he's in a spot where he can just let it fly right here, even if it's not a strike. And if you're Casilla, you got to be wary of that. And the walk. So here's Fowler, who can send everybody home with a base hit. Fowler is 0 for 4. Fowler against Casilla, and it's down low. 1 ball and no strikes.
His secondary pitches really have not helped him much in this inning. He got an out on Coghlan on a curveball, and I don't know that it was a curveball that the way he wanted to throw, but it worked on a fly ball. But otherwise, they mostly have just taken those pitches.
2 for 9 lifetime against Casilla. And a breaking ball, and he gets the strike, and that'll even the count. Low. Bryant is on deck. I mean, Casilla does have a base to play with, but once you do that, then you lose your margin of error. So it's 2-1. And that's going to be out of play. It's 2-2. So Fowler battled in Casilla. Giants trying to get this game into extra innings. Casilla now ready. And the 2-2. And it's high. Nunez is going to go in and have a word. Runners will go. It's 3 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch number 23. For Casilla. Down the right field line, foul. So we'll do it again. And if Casilla doesn't even have to look down to the bullpen. This was a good pitch to hit. Another hanger.
I really don't know if he's thrown a curveball yet the way he really would want to throw one.
One where you would bounce it. He threw the one that Buster couldn't block. That was maybe more of a putter. So anyway, here it's 3-2. And the pitch. Swinging a drive, hit out into left center field, and it's going to be caught. And that ends the inning.
Rockies didn't want to have to think about how many outs there were. He just wanted to get it back in there.
Catch it in case this game was a 4-out game. The Giants had a shot to win it in the ninth inning. They could have, and they still might, but they could have took 2 games in this series by going 12 for 119. And that's the least number of hits in a 4-game series, 13. That was in 92 against the Dodgers. But look, they're still in it. They still have a chance to beat the Cubs, but they needed to get those 3 outs in the 9th to do it the conventional way and didn't do it. So now you're going to see Aroldis Chapman. He will come in. And remember, he was acquired right before the trading deadline from the Yankees. And he's good. His numbers are good. He throws over 100. And the Giants better be ready for it. And here's John.
It seems like it was just after he faced the Giants a couple of times in New York that they traded him. Eduardo Nunez leads off here. He's knocked in a run, and he has scored a run for the Giants. Hits that ball hard, but right to Fowler. 1 away. 98-mile-an-hour fastball, and he may have hit it just as hard to the outfield. So here's Ehire Adrianza. To bat right-handed now. 7th blown save for Santiago Casilla, and that's the most for any closer in the National League this year. And most by a Giants closer since Brian Wilson had 7 blown saves back in 2009. 1 ball and no strikes to Adrianza, who knocked in the Giants' 2nd run back in the 5th inning with a suicide squeeze bunt after Nunez had stolen 3rd base. George Cantos, the right-hander. Josh Osich, the left-hander, in the Giants bullpen. Cubs will have their big hitters up in the last of the 10th. Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist, the 2, 3, 4 spots in their order. 2-2 the score. The Cubs 8 hits, the Giants only 2 hits. And that will be out of play. That one at 100 miles an hour. Chapman has had 3 days off, although he did throw in the bullpen yesterday. But he had worked 3 consecutive games against the Pirates here, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, including a 31-pitch grueling effort. He threw wild pitches. He walked somebody. It was a real difficult inning. Strike 3 called, and he threw him a slider.
Well, you're always aware of 100 miles an hour, but with 2 strikes, you still got to protect, and Adrianza did not.
Angel Pagan now as the pinch hitter for Santiago Casilla. .287 average for the year. Pagan had a double in yesterday's game and scored a run, the only hit that he's had in 12 at bats in this series. And that slider in there for a called strike. Pagan made a move as if he might think about bunting. Denard Span is on deck. 2 down, nobody on. 2-2 the score. High, lazy fly to center. Fowler. 3 up and 3 down. That's a 7-pitch inning for Aroldis Chapman. And Bryant, Rizzo, and Zobrist are due up.
Here in the bottom of the 10th, George Contos is going to be the new pitcher for the Giants. There you see the numbers for George, who's from Chicago. George pitched very well in this series. Pitched an inning on Thursday, struck out the side, and that's the only appearance. He gets to go after the big fellas, although I'm assuming that Bruce Bochy is going to mix and match in this 10th inning. He's got enough relievers to do that.
He's got Osich, the left-hander, up in the bullpen right now with the left-handed hitting Rizzo on deck. And also the right-hander Strickland is looking like he's going to get up. Or at least he's walking around out there. Here's Bryant. Remember, he's tied for the league lead in home runs. Nunez hugs the line deep at third in the no doubles alignment. And that is his cutter for a called strike. He got the high strike there. Two to two. The Giants would have had the top of their order up in the 11th if they can get there. High in the air along the right field line. And it is Belt, not quite. A lot of traffic down there in the ball where that ball landed, including the sidewall, but the Giants bullpen bench and all the relievers.
Well, it is friendly territory, so you're going to get help if needed. But there's no way Belt could get to that.
0-2 the count to Bryant. He hit a single his first at bat. Since then has hit a comebacker, been hit by a pitch, and popped up to short. He's 1 for 3 officially. That was another cutter. He was able to fight it off to stay alive. Giants infield swung way over toward the third baseline. Not the complete overshift. Panic is almost up the middle. There you see how they're doing it. And Nunez is hugging that foul line. They don't want an extra base hit right along the line. Oh, and 2. And fastball with some sink inside and low. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Worth a shot. He had an 0-2 count.
Yeah, Brian's pretty quick in. So he still is a puzzle.
Over a 400 on base average. Desperation swing there into right center field where Pence takes care of it. 1 away. Hit that one pretty well for the way he swung at it.
Yeah, he's a strong kid. He's got a lot of leverage. So Cantos does his job.
So Rizzo, the left-handed hitter, is coming up. And the left-hander, Josh Osich, will be brought in to face him. 2-2, 1 out, nobody on. Cubs batting, last of the 10th. We'll return to Wrigley right after this.
It was the Cantos-Osich combination, and Osich was terrific. He got Hayward, and then Cantos came in and he struck out 3. So that combination worked, and Bruce Bochy is hoping it's going to work in reverse here this afternoon to try to get this game to the 11th.
Osich also faced Rizzo in that game on Thursday night and got him to hit a comebacker. So now here he is with Rizzo again in the 10th inning of this game. And Corey Guerin is the one who gets up in the bullpen, not Strickland. Back of Osich. You get the switch hitter, Zobrist, on deck. Giants into the overshift. 3 infielders to the right of second. Nunez remains over on the left side. Nobody at shortstop at the moment. As you see how they're doing it. Ball 1. That's a cutter, 89 miles an hour. Rizzo's has had 2 hits in this game. A single in the 4th, and he eventually scored the only run allowed by Johnny Cueto. He also hit a single against Javier Lopez in the 8th inning. He took a shot at it, 96 miles an hour, out of the strike zone.
Well, you can't blame guys that are home run hitters to try to end it. There's a guy that does like the ball down. He's got an uppercut.
.26 home runs this year. Two and one. When he hit the comebacker to Osich Thursday night, in 4 career at bats against Osich. That was the first time he ever put the ball in play. He had struck out the first 3 times he'd faced him. So it's not much of a history, but it's favored Osich, what there is of it. Here's Hernandez in left field. Out number 2. So Ben Zobrist, the switch hitter, the cleanup man, will come up. And he's been held hitless in this one. 0 for 3 plus a walk. He was victimized by Adrianza's diving play in the 8th inning. A big play that ended the inning, keeping a ball from going through for a base hit to left center with a man at first. 2 down, nobody on. 1 ball, no strikes. Rizzo is another guy who has some power, although not the kind of power that Rizzo has or Bryant. Zobrist has 14 home runs. Two and 0. Well, too bad with Johnny Cueto because he pitched a beauty. If the Giants had been able to hold on to that 2-1 lead, it would have been the 7th time this year that Cueto had pitched and the Giants had won either 2-1 or 1-0.
Yeah, unbelievable.
3-0. This is Zobrist's at bat in the 8th inning. And the man filling in for the Gold Glover did well on that one.
Absolutely.
Ere Adrianza. And that one ran right off the inside. Ball 4, a 4-pitch walk.
I mean, that's what you get out of Josh Osich. You know, it's the unpredictability. He looked terrific against one guy, and then he's going to all of a sudden get wild and walk a guy in 4 pitches.
And that puts him out of the game. Corey Guerin back for a rematch with Addison Russell.
In with 2 outs here in the 10th inning with a runner on. It's going to be Corey Guerin. See the numbers for Guerin. He did give up the hit to Russell on Thursday. Russell got enough of it to get it out over the head of Crawford at the time. This was the hit. He checked the location. He was down and in, very much similar to the hit that he got off of Casilla to open up tonight. So maybe that ought to be an area the Giants should avoid.
Well, the Giants' book on him is if you go inside, go up and in. That is where his power is and where he likes it. So Guerin and Russell. In Guerin's defense, he broke his bat.
He did. Yep.
On that base hit on Thursday night by Russell. One. He started in the same way Thursday with a slider and a swinging strike. Guerin had his best game since his return from the disabled list here on Friday afternoon. An inning and a third, pitched perfectly, retired everybody. Not this time. Did he swing? No. First base umpire Adam Hamari ruled in favor of Russell. No swing. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Good call. No swing.
Giants 2, Cubs 2. 2 down in the 10th. Zobrist, the runner at first. Belt on the bag with him. And another slider. 2-1. Stephen Okert, a left-hander, up in the bullpen. You've got the left-handed hitting Jason Hayward on deck. Guerin is the 3rd pitcher to work in this inning for the Giants. Nunez hugging the line deep at 3rd. 2-1. And he got him to chase. 2-2. He wants to swing.
He does, and the Giants are staying away. I mean, look, comes into the game hitting right at 240. So somebody's getting him out.
He's had a lot of RBI chances. He's got a lot of RBI, but a lot of chances as well. There goes the runner. A huge jump. Buster ended up making a throw, but there was no need. Zobrist stole that. He took off before Guerin even broke from the stretch.
Yeah, that's called getting a ridiculously good jump that is going to force the catcher to just throw and really not have any chance at all. So now you're back to having the winning run in scoring position again, and now you got to make a pitch.
Three and 2. Strike 3 called.
And that's a gift.
Russell having it out with Phil Cuzzy. He just can't believe it. And we move to the 11th inning.
Sometimes you need a gift. That's what a gift looks like.
Top of the order. Span, Panic, and Posey coming up in the 11th.
That the deadline to purchase your postseason ticket strips is Thursday, September 8th. For more information and to submit your payment, visit sfgiants.com/season tickets.
Lake Michigan, which we can see from the press box here at Wrigley Field. A lot of sailboats out on the lake today. This Labor Day weekend. In cities, these Midwestern cities, the Northeast. This is the traditional end of summer this weekend.
This is.
Denard Span to lead off for the Giants against Aroldis Chapman. Span is 0 for 4 in the game. Off the catcher Contreras, and that hurt.
Yeah, let's see where it got him. Knee? No, shoulder. A lot of padding, but never enough.
So Cuzzy, the plate umpire. Home plate umpires and catchers are fellow travelers. They all get beat up. And he gave him some time to try and shake that off. Span is grounded to second, grounded to first, flied out to left center, grounded out to short in this game. 99-mile-an-hour fastball from Chapman. When the Giants saw him in New York, he was in that stretch where he was throwing 103, 104 mile-an-hour fastballs.
He sure was.
Oh, 0-2 the count. And the slider puts him away.
A couple of instances this year, John. It's usually in the month of July where you see a guy and he wears you out. And you say, well, you know what? That's good. We've seen him. That's it. We're done. We won't see him again. Jay Bruce, the example. We won't see him again. The Mets come in. Here he is. Chapman, we won't see him again. Here he is.
Whoops. In the dirt. He tried to start him off with that slider, and he beat up his catcher himself this time. So Contreras again gets a few moments to try and shake it off.
Well, here it is. He was trying to run to get out of there, and the ball was just going to find him.
1 ball and no strikes to Joe Panik. He wanted to throw him that slider, so he did. 1-1. Panik is lined out to second, struck out, singled, and grounded out to second. There's Buster Posey on deck. Shadows have advanced. Sun is shining again. It hadn't been shining that much today. The pitcher and the batter are both in the shadows. Strike 2 called.
Giants have to get enough pitches out of Chapman that he didn't come out and pitch the 12th.
He only threw 7 pitches in the 10th inning and has only thrown 6 more so far here in the 11th. Remember, he's had 3 days off coming into this game. His numbers have been great as a Cub coming into this game. Chapman with a 1.62 ERA. 101 miles an hour, but he missed with it. 3-2.
Yeah, Panik knew that was outside. So he's got a chance to reach here one way or the other.
Giants fans still here. In front of the plate. He missed badly with that one, which happens every so often for Chapman.
Well, now if you're Joe Panik, you have to be aware that could happen again, and then you could get yourself into scoring position.
He has thrown 8 wild pitches this season in 49 innings, which is a lot. That's a lot of wild pitches. He's thrown 6 of them as a Cub, and he's only been a Cub for 18 innings. Panic back to the bag.
John Buster against Chapman, 4 for 9, 2 doubles.
Not many have numbers like that against Aroldis Chapman. Into the hole. Base hit. Panic to second. Great effort there by Addison Russell, who has exceptional range, but all he can do is get the glove on it. No more. First hit of the series for Buster Posey. Only the second hit for the Giants in this series against the Cubs bullpen.
There you see the effort by Russell.
Now the pitching coach, Chris Bosio, is going to go out and talk to Aroldis Chapman. By the way, the Cubs made a switch on the infield at second base. Is that they flip-flopped Coughlin and Zobrist?
I think they did, yeah. Which probably makes sense here in Chicago.
Or is that? And it looks like Baez is in.
So Baez is at second, and then Zobrist is in left.
So Coughlin is out. Baez is in.
That is correct.
Baez in the 8th spot of the order, where Coughlin had been. Zobrist, who can play almost anywhere. Now the left fielder, Zobrist in left, Fowler in center, Hayward in right.
Pence 2 for 2 lifetime with a walk.
So Pence, now does that qualify as ownage?
Mini
ownage.
Tell you what, it'll be a spirited at bat, that's for sure.
Just off the outside at 99. He's also down a little bit. A mighty cut. Didn't get it. 1-1. 100 miles an hour.
Now that one was in on Hunter Pence. That's not going to be a really good pitch to get good wood on it. 100 miles an hour. Pence needs one a little bit more out over the plate. Like that.
1-2. Pence was not on the Giants active roster. He was on the disabled list when they played the Yankees in New York, when the Giants last saw Chapman. So the last time he saw Chapman, Chapman was a Cincinnati Red.
That's correct.
Two on and one out in the inning. Brandon Belt on deck. The runners take off. The throw not in time. Well, bouncing off the glove of Contreras. Pence swung at a ball that was up in his eyes that time.
Well, in order for Hunter Pence and a lot of hitters to catch up to Chapman, you're going to start early. And I think Joe Panic made that without having to have anybody take a look at it. So now it's up to Belt. So it'll be a challenge for Belt.
And is scored as a pass ball, getting the runners over. So 2 runners in scoring position. And the advice you gave a little bit earlier is be ready in case another one gets away. And Belt with a swinging strike. And he chased one out of the zone 101 miles an hour. Belt has walked, flied out to right, been hit by a pitch. I mean, got beamed in the 7th. Struck out looking in the 9th. 2nd and 3rd, 2 down. 0-2. And I would say he's liable to see the same one right here. The Giants with a threat. Chapman gets through it. Jason Hayward coming up.
Oakland is the new pitcher. So Oakland's going to come in. Oakland, one of the September call-ups. Oakland pitched Friday, 2/3 of an inning, had a strikeout, a lot of hit. And he'll go after the left-handed hitting Jason Hayward. This was the double to open up the bottom of the 9th against Casilla. Over to third, a 392, then a little ground ball up the middle, and that tied the game.
And Hayward has knocked in both of the Cubs' runs. He needed a chance for redemption after dropping that Pence fly ball in right center in the 2nd that led to the Giants' first run. Span gets there. Get that one off the end of the bat, it appeared. Dodgers and the Padres, meanwhile, are in a 4-4 tie in the last of the 5th in L.A. As Joe Nathan, back in the Giants uniform, starts heating up in the Giants bullpen.
And the former Cub.
I asked him about it. He said he was with the Cubs for about 9 or 10 days. Adrianza gets in front of it. Throws out Contreras. Stephen Oker's like, man, this is pretty good. Big leagues, pennant race. Throw 2 pitches, got 2 outs.
Well, here's a guy that's a free swinger, so you got to be careful with him.
Javier Baez coming up. He's hit 13 home runs. He has tremendous raw power. They've been trying to harness it. He's hitting 271 for the year. He almost never walks. However, he's been hit by pitches 7 times.
Let's keep the ball away.
Buster moves to the outside. Ball 1. Off-speed pitch. Cubs bullpen is working. That's a called strike. I think that's Grimm, the right-hander warming up in the, yeah, Justin Grimm out there. Lester Strode, the bullpen coach, alongside. 2-1 the count to Baez. Giants 2, Cubs 2. We are in the last half of the 11th inning. Giants would have Gorkys Hernandez scheduled to lead off in the 12th inning. Then Nunez and Adrianza. I think he broke his bat, and Adrianza throws him out. We're going to the 12th. Pretty good work there by the rookie, the September call-up.
Very good.
Stephen Okert. 12th inning, it's 2-2. The foul poles here at Wrigley Field, they commemorate the longtime and beloved broadcaster of the Cubs on television, Jack Brickhouse. They'd hit a big home run and he'd say it's gone, and then hey, hey. And if it was really big, he'd go, hey, hey.
Yeah, being Braves fans, we hated him.
The Milwaukee Braves fans,
yeah,
up the road.
I mean, every game was on TV. We'd have to sit through that.
The 12th inning, and for the Cubs, Justin Grimm on in relief of Aroldis Chapman, and the Giants have Gorkys Hernandez, who was brought in as a defensive replacement for Mac Williamson. We hope that's all it was. We hope Williamson didn't aggravate that shoulder injury that put him on the DL for a while. Here we go.
And here's Grimm to Hernandez, trying to get on for Nunez, and it's a scud. And Contreras is like, really? I've been out here all day, and you come out for one pitch and do that?
He got a couple of shots that hit him pretty hard in the 11th inning.
So Hernandez trying to reach here to open up the 12th. And he takes a breaking ball for a strike. Nunez. And then Adrianza. Tapped slowly. And in the dirt. And Hernandez is aboard. It'll be an error on Russell.
Well, Gookies Hernandez,
beg your pardon, base hit,
has never been a guy who's hit well in the big leagues, a few chances he's had, but he's a very fast runner. And Russell had to hurry. And I think if he'd made a good throw, he would have had a chance to get him, but he hurried it because he knew about Hernandez's speed.
So here's Nunez. Nunez has hit the ball well today. He's got one hit. He doubled in the 5th. So we'll see what Nunez does against Grimm. And he takes low. Contreras bouncing all over the place. 1 ball and no strikes. We're in the 12th. Yeah. The Giants are really worried about that record there. It's safe.
14 hits. It's not the fewest in a 4-game series in San Francisco Giants history. We were thrilled to find that out. They won 3 out of 4 in that 4-game series with LA, by the way, on only 13 hits back in '92.
Hits are overrated. Here's the 1-0 to Nunez. Nunez tardy, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Apparently the last game of that series, they got no hit. That's the one game the Dodgers won. I think it was Kevin Gross pitched a no-hitter.
Now I remember it. So good speed at first for the Giants. Grimm and the Cubs thinking that Hernandez may just decide to take off.
Well, you could certainly understand why.
Absolutely.
Problems the Giants have had generating offense, and Nunez has swung the bat well all day today.
Nunez has really done a nice job at times of just poking that ball to right field, and he does have that big gap between Rizzo and Baez. And he goes. And he steals it. No, they're going to call him out. Now, that's a call by Tom Hallion. And it's a call where you tag him high, but did you get him before his hand got in?
Well, they inadvertently put it up on the big screen.
Yep, they got him. Nice tag by Baez.
It looked like there was a prayer of that happening.
So the quickness of Contreras getting rid of the ball probably was the difference. So Nunez with a count of 2-1. And he takes outside 3-1. Nunez checking with Phil Cuzzy to make sure that he's got the count right. So it's 3-1. And the walk. So the Cubs clearly want to live dangerously here in the 12th. Adrianza's going to hit, and Crawford's going to grab a bat, and he's on deck. So Adrianza waiting on Nunez to get that glove on his left hand that he wears when he's on the bases. He goes. And this will be a steal. Although Nunez slid way past second, which is fine if nobody has a ball like Russell or Baez.
Best to do that when they don't throw.
33rd steal for Nunez. Hang on, and with that glove, it's hard to hang on if you don't have anything to grab. Yeah, 34th steal.
He had that one, stole third back in the 5th inning.
He did.
And the pitch after he stole third back in the 5th inning was the suicide squeeze. That was the Giants' second run. They have not scored since.
Well, they better keep an eye on him. He may just decide to do the Willie Mays and just end this on his own.
Well, one thing, he knows how to do it. He got 34 for the year. He was leading the American League in steals when the Giants acquired him. He's picked up 7 more with the Giants now.
Russell is going to play behind him. Down low. Crawford on deck, and then Span. And Grimm will check on Nunez. He did a lot of checking on Hernandez. And it worked. They threw him out.
Grimm has not yet retired a hitter in this inning. Well, this is a big pitch.
He's taking his time. He knows that this is a big pitch. Three and 0. Adrianza trying to get on any way he can. And a strike.
Adrianza's only had 3 hits in 19 at bats, including today batting left-handed. Most of his hits have come from the other side.
Russell playing right behind the base runner Nunez. Foul. So it's 3 and 2.
That might have been ball 4. Especially when he backs left-handed, he loves that pitch that's real close to him, I guess, because he sees it so well.
You see Nunez jockeying back and forth. The 3-2 pitch will not be a pitch at all. Even Cub fans are going, are you serious? This was the 5th, John, and Nunez did his thing.
Hit a shot for the double, stole third. And then next pitch, a suicide squeeze. The bunt executed by Adrianza on a breaking ball from Lackey. Just had to get it on the ground, and he did.
Nunez goes, swinging a bouncing ball foul. You don't see a lot of guys take off with a left-handed hitter. It's such an open shot for that catcher to throw.
Well, if he's going to do it, he has to make it. You got your leading RBI man on deck.
Absolutely.
And you're already in scoring position. I guess the manager basically is, hey, you know without question you can get the jump and it's not even going to be close. Go ahead.
Right. Well, I think that one would have been close. Got him. Breaking ball, and Adrianza gave up on it.
Well, the Giants wouldn't have minded if Adrianza had walked, but he swung at 2 fastballs that were several inches off the inside. 3-1 count and hit that foul, and then the 3-2 count hit that foul.
In extra innings, look, you're on the road. You got guy in scoring position. The last thing that can happen is a call third strike. Pop up, bounce one back to the pitcher, whatever. But you got to swing. You cannot be a statue.
So Bosio back out there, and I think, is he meditating? I think he's meditating. It's too tense to look. Maybe that's it.
I don't know. I might call a medic.
Oh, somebody's already done it.
It's on their way.
Near the sideline.
Here's Crawford. 2 outs. Now Nunez has no reason to steal third unless the Cubs just give it to him.
Joe Nathan back up in the Giants bullpen.
Crawford with a mighty rip and a foul. So Nunez at second. 12th inning. 2-2. Memo to Rob Manfred. The step off and the fake to second 1 time per reliever.
I'm with you.
Crawford fouls it back. 0-2. See, most guys come out and they just want to throw a lot of fastballs out of the bullpen. Grimm's not like that. You throw a lot of breaking balls. Got him. So Crawford strikes out, and it is another breaking ball, and we will go to the bottom of the 12th. It's 2-2. Bottom of the 12th. Joe Nathan is the new pitcher for the Giants. And you see what Joe did in the 6 games at Richmond. And he's ready to go here to face Miguel Montero, who will open up the bottom of the 12th.
Joe is coming back from the Tommy John surgery. In fact, he had 2 different things repaired. He had the Tommy John elbow reconstruction surgery and something else done in there. And the doctors told him, this was in April of last year, that the recuperation would be about 18 months. He said no, because that means I wouldn't be ready till probably the day after the Game 7 of the World Series. Right. That's not going to work at my age. So he got back and was pitching in the extended spring training in Arizona in May.
Montero takes a curveball for a strike.
So he started the rehab process of actually throwing 13 months after the surgery. And then the Cubs signed him and they sent him to the minor leagues. And he lives in Knoxville, Tennessee now. The Cubs AA team happens to be in Knoxville. So he went there. He got into 3 games eventually for the Cubs. He's only here. He remembered maybe 9 or 10 days he was with the Cubs. And then the Giants came calling. So Joe Nathan, and I think they were satisfied. He said that he topped out at 94 miles an hour while he was in minor league getting his rehab assignment in Richmond, but steadily 91, 92.
Hit out to deep left as the ball is starting to carry, and that's out number 1. Well, the other 3 days here, that is a can of corn. That one became a little bit more exciting as Hernandez got closer to the wall. Hey, the wind is blowing now. May actually help balls to left.
Could be. Miguel Montero, the next of the last available non-pitcher, hit that fly ball, and I think David Ross is the only non-pitcher available on the Cubs bench now. Crawford stayed in, by the way, to play short for the Giants.
Here's Fowler. Fowler takes a strike.
91 miles an hour. Nathan, of course, came up with the Giants originally. We all remember him. When he first came up, he was an exciting player, throwing 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Yeah, going by memory, I shouldn't do it, but I think he was a shortstop.
They signed him as a shortstop. His idol was Cal Ripken, a tall shortstop like Joe Nathan, but after a year in the farm system with the Giants, he didn't hit. And they suggested in the offseason that maybe he'd convert to pitching.
It's going to be Hernandez who will slow down and make the catch. 2 outs.
But it was a cool story because he said, Cal Ripken's my guy. He didn't convert to pitching, so he went back to school and got his degree at Stony Brook, State University of New York at Stony Brook, and then called the Giants and said, you know, if you're still interested in that idea of me pitching, I'd be willing to
well, whoever
give it a
made
shot.
That suggestion has made Joe Nathan a lot of money and a great big leaguer.
He's had a great career, most of it in the American League, as one of the best closers in the game.
Here's Bryant. Bryant with a swing and a miss, and it's 0-1. Giants trying to get this game to the 13th. Just outside for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike.
We got him to swing at 1, but not the next one.
Buster sets up, down and away. leaked out and up. It's 1-2.
Well, one thing about Joe Nathan, pitching in a tight spot like this before a big crowd in a pennant race, not a problem. Done it many times.
Not a problem at all.
And not just in pennant races, but in October, big games, big postseason games.
Foul back again. That one up but out over the plate. Yeah, he's alive.
Joe Nathan, 41 years old now. It's hard to imagine that it's been so many years since he was a Giant. He came up as a starting pitcher originally. His first year in the big league, 1999.
Bryant behind in the count, 1-2. In and out of the glove of Buster Posey, and Buster will wait for Phil Cuzzy to call him out, and he does, and we will indeed go to the 13th. Nathan, a nice job. Giants, hey, they got the top of the order coming up. Down Tuesday the 15th is Italian Heritage Night presented by Gelati Construction. Friday it's Star Trek night and yoga day on Sunday. sfgiants.com/tickets. Oh yeah, they're playing Cardinals.
Star Trek night.
Star Trek night. Cool. It'll be Cahill on the mound. Cahill really does have good numbers. He's a ground ball guy. And here to tell you about it is John.
Denard Span, who is 0 for 5 in this game, will lead off against Cahill. Cahill pitched the 7th inning here yesterday. And Span swings and misses. That the first pitch change up and it just dipped right down but beneath the bat. Span struck out his last time. He's grounded out 3 times and hit a fly ball 1 time. His average has plummeted during this series down to 269. He's had 1 hit in 16 at bats in the series. None in his last 15 at bats. The bunt and a miss. 1-2. Joe Panik is on deck.
And one thing the Giants have not been able to do in this series is get the leadoff hitter on. I mean, they did in the last inning, but overall, it just has really forced them to try to get things going with 1 out or 2 outs.
2-2 the count to him. Giants bullpen is busy, and I think that might be Matt Reynolds up there. Yeah, there it is. Matt Reynolds, the left-hander, warming up in the Giants bullpen. Anthony Rizzo scheduled to lead off for the Cubs in the last of the 13th. 2-2. Got that changeup again and was able to fight it off this time. Cahill came up with Oakland. We remember him with Oakland. He looked like one of the real promising young starters. Sinker baller, but he was traded. Arizona had him for a while, and things just kept going downhill for him. Now working out of the bullpen for the Cubs. Cahill into this game with a 2.73 earned run average. His numbers are pretty good. Now it's 3-2. He has an issue sometimes with his control. He has walked 30 and hit 5 in only 56 innings pitched. So 35 free base runners in 56 innings. Rizzo to Cahill, and Span was just kind of jogging up the first base line. And he has just gone ice cold in this series. Here's Joe Panic. Panic is 1 for 4 plus a walk. Mac Williamson and Kelby Tomlinson watching from the dugout. 2-2 the score, 13th inning. Right to the second baseman, Zobrist, and 2 down. And here comes Buster Posey, who got his only hit of the series in his previous at bat. That was in the 10th or the 11th inning against Aroldis Chapman. He got the call on that low changeup. Buster's like, "Are you kidding me? That's too low."
Too tired to fight with the umpire. Save your energy for this pitch.
One ball, one strike. And truly, everybody's tired. This is game number 136. Season's been going on for 5 months. Been a hard-fought series. Hit hard, but right to Zobrist. Buster disgustedly tosses the bat away. The Giants go down just like that on 3 ground ball outs. Rizzo coming up for the Cubs. Reynolds in from the Giants bullpen. And we move into the last of the 13th inning. Second time this week that the Cubs have gone 13 innings. I think they started this week with a 13-inning game that went 5 hours and something against the Pirates on Monday. Here's Matt Reynolds, the let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10th pitcher of the game used by the Giants, on in relief here of Joe Nathan. And for the Cubs, Anthony Rizzo, the big first baseman, home run threat, will lead off. By the way, the last 2 ground balls by the Giants in the first half of this inning, Panic and Posey, not to Zobrist, but to Javier Baez. It was Baez who played both of those ground balls. Zobrist in left field now. And that's ball 1 to Rizzo. Reynolds is not a hard throw. He doesn't blow anybody away. Look at that one. That snapped in there for a called strike, that breaking ball. And Zobrist was about ready to move away from it, and it came right back over the plate. 1-1. That's fouled. He came back with another slider off the facing of the second deck.
Plus, now you're past the stage where Bruce Bochy can mix and match.
The 13th inning belongs to Matt Reynolds.
Yep. There you go.
1-2. Giants have quite a few pitchers still available in that bullpen. There's a lot of guys there. And it's 2-2. They still have Will Smith, a left-hander, Hunter Strickland, a right-hander, and Matt Cain, the veteran starter. Left center field, that's falling, and it's in there. A base hit for Rizzo.
Well, it's always stressful in that extra innings when the home team gets that leadoff hitter on. Because now there's so many different things a manager can do. Look, with Zobrist, I don't think it'd be likely that Zobrist would bunt, but hey, you never know.
Ball 1. Very high out of the strike zone. Zobrist has flied out deep to right center, walked, twice grounded into first place, and once walked and stole a base. That was in the 10th inning. 0 for 3 with 2 walks. But very softly. Belt goes back, got him, just barely. So he didn't bunt, but he moved the runner up.
Essentially, it's the same thing, but you know, now you can start using first base if, and the Giants may likely do that with Russell coming up.
Just barely got him. Addison Russell. Well, they might want to use first base right here.
Yeah, very well could.
The left-handed hitter Hayward on deck. And there's the signal from Posey. They're going to give him 4 wide ones. And they do have Hunter Strickland, the big right-hander, up in the bullpen now. When this day began, Addison Russell was one of 3 Cubs in the top 6 in the league in runs batted in, and he was number 6. So they've got the left-handed hitting Hayward, and by my count, they only have David Ross as the only non-pitcher still available. And once they get to the pitcher's spot, that's when they'll want to use him.
Correct.
Plus, they paid Hayward $184 million in an 8-year contract. I don't think they paid him that money to pinch hit for him in a spot like this.
It's not.
And he has knocked in the Cubs 2 runs today with singles. A little flare that just made it beyond Adrianza in the 4th inning to knock in the first run, and then just a ground ball just out of the reach of Panic into center field in the 9th inning that tied the game, that got us into extra innings in the first place. Hayward and Reynolds have faced many times before. Hayward is 2 for 8 lifetime against him. Hayward, 2 hits, 5 at bats, 2 runs batted in a 2-2 tie. Called a strike. Look out. Backing him off a little bit there.
Well, that's a high fastball from Reynolds. You saw the velocity at 88. That's just about what you're going to get. So he's going to have to be crafty. He's going to have location.
One and one. And that's out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes now. The right-handed hitting Contreras is on deck. And Reynolds concerned only with Jason Hayward. Bloop in there. And the game is over. In the 13th inning, Jason Hayward flips out his 3rd single of the game, and all 3 of them knocked in a run. All 3 of the Cubs runs. And they take the series from the Giants 3 out of 4.
Well, the Giants had a shot to win this in regulation, and when you don't, and you start going extra innings on the road, and you're taking on the best team in the National League, you're going to have to fight to get a win, and the Giants come up short. This game was not lost in the 13th. This game was lost in the 9th inning. Final score, Cubs 3, Giants 2. Stay tuned. Esurance Giants postgame live starts right now.